everybody, to the Beyond Nile lecture series. This is our second to last for season 4, if you can believe it, season 4. And we are going to talk about the sea peoples today. And I love this quote that we will talk about later, which is none being able to withstand them. And I kind of avoided talking about the sea peoples prior to this because, to be honest, I was not very well versed on the topic, especially as this is one of those topics where people are still coming up with theories and trying to associate the sea peoples with different groups. And so you have to be pretty up to date. Like, there's a lot of new theories always kind of coming out about who the sea peoples were. And so I'm really excited to dive into this talk about the sea peoples. First, I'm gonna give you guys some context. Hi, Mudman, welcome on in. I'm going to give you guys some context about what is happening in Egypt just prior to the sea peoples kind of invading, as well as what is happening in and around the Mediterranean, both before and kind of after the time period that we're going to talk about, trying to give you guys a good setting. And then I'm going to give you guys a historiography of the sea peoples. Historiography, if you guys don't know, is the study of history. So we're going to talk about how previous Egyptologists and archaeologists have interpreted the sea peoples in the past. And then we are going to cover some documented sources that talk about the sea peoples. Most of these are going to come from Egypt, but there are a few from other places. And then we are finally going to cover the groups that are currently in kind of talks with who were the sea peoples, who made up the sea peoples, and possibly where they ended up after this time period that we're going to talk about. So, if you are over on Twitch, don't forget you can use the lecture question channel point. There will be some times that I want to finish my thought before I answer questions, but you're more than welcome to answer questions whenever. But you can use the channel lecture point, a lecture question channel point, so that I don't lose any questions in this. So, here's the interesting thing about the sea peoples. People are going to say that they are shrouded in mystery and that we quote unquote don't know who they actually are. And it's actually not as mysterious as I think people are hyping it up. And I mainly mean this on social media, because it is one of those main topics, especially when you're talking about Egypt, we've talked about with this season, talking about the Hyksos people. The Hyksos and the sea peoples are these two quote unquote elusive peoples that everyone kind of likes to put this big question mark on. But the sea peoples are actually a little bit more concrete, I feel like, that than we actually kind of give them credit to. We mainly know them from their attacks in Egypt and several other areas in the Eastern Mediterranean, but we quote unquote don't have their name or whatever. We only have the title, the sea peoples. But here's something that most Egyptologists have sort of always known, and maybe they've not really acknowledged it. Maybe they've not really said such specific, I don't know, I feel like there's a very distinct difference between how Egyptologists have talked about the sea peoples and how the public have talked about the sea peoples, especially recently, because we all know that there is not always the best crossover for people on the internet actually going into Egyptology research papers and actually getting their current research. They're scooping up that very top baseline, and they're not digging any sort of deeper into it. The Egyptologists have always sort of said that the sea peoples are not one unified group. So don't go into this thinking that the sea peoples are one unified group, and I hope that kind of comes out with the peoples, with the S at the end. And this phrase has always been about a confederation of seafaring peoples. These could have been individual tribes, they could have been individual communities. They more than likely are not even related, and more often than not, their battles or their destructions of major cities may not have even been coordinated together. what you'll see when we look at this, and like I feel like I had to kind of say this at the beginning of the lecture, even though I feel like this is sort of the gotcha moment. Like I had to say this at the beginning because I feel like people keep this for that gotcha moment, and people are still thinking, oh my god, we don't know who they are. There are so many groups that are kind of under that umbrella term, the Sea Peoples, that not every group is involved in every single battle. They are not all grouped together. There are so many different groups that are only involved in certain things or only talked about in certain things. And we'll talk about that when we actually get to their real, the names that are associated with them. Just so you know, I do have a lecture on the Hyksos people already on my YouTube page. We did that one a couple months ago and such. Yeah, I feel like anytime there is that kind of slightly mysterious subject, it becomes like now a conspiracy theory and stuff. So really when it comes to the Sea Peoples, I'm going to be honest, there's really not a mystery that needs to be solved or can be solved. It's not that deep. The Hyksos, I do believe, is a bigger mystery. Although, yes, we have a lot of really good theories about the Hyksos people. That is I think, a bigger mystery than the Sea Peoples themselves, because we have mention of them. We have much more mention of them in actual physical texts than we actually do the Hyksos people, to be honest. So, what's going on in Egypt? So let's set the stage of like what time period are we talking about, and what is actually going on prior to this time period and then during the time period that we're going to talk about mainly. So the Sea Peoples appear in Egypt around the 13th and 12th centuries in BCE. So sometimes you hear that 1200 number. 1200 is decent, but it does range from 1300, or sorry, 13th. If it's the 13th century, it is the 1400s. 1400, maybe it's actually 13th to 11th centuries. 1300s to 1200s BCE. I think I wrote that wrong. I'm very bad at the centuries and such. Hi, Huggin. Welcome on in. We just got started, so you haven't missed much. So this time period, the 1300s to 1200s BCE, is going to line up with the 19th and 20th dynasties of Egypt, which is the very tail end of the New Kingdom going into the Third Intermediate period. The 19th and 20th dynasties are also called the Ramesside period, because most of the pharaohs are named Ramesses, and this is going to come off the end of the Amarna period. Why is the black pigment usually missing? I will admit I've never noticed that, but I would just assume that whatever material was used in that particular color paint just doesn't survive as long. Because if you notice, his pupil is fine. It's just all of the eyeshadow. That's a very good question, but yeah, I don't know anything specific. I've never noticed that. That is a common trend, I guess, in some of those tombs. I have not noticed that. But I would definitely, if it's a trend that you're seeing in lots of different tombs, I would assume that it is whatever the pigment is made out of does not survive as long as the other pigments. So after the Amarna period, and I'll give you the briefest of like summaries of what is going on. So you get the death of Akhenaten, the short-lived rules of Semenkhare, Neferuaten, King Tut, Pharaoh I, and then General Horemheb becomes the pharaoh. He also dies without an heir, and he elects his vizier, Pa-Ramesu, to be the next pharaoh, where he then changes his name to Ramses I. His son is Seti I, and his grandson is Ramses II, which you can see in the center. I'm pretty sure that this is Ramses I. I grabbed a whole ton of photos, so just if I don't remember who they are, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure this is Ramses I, and then we have Ramses the Great in the center. And both Seti and Ramses II lead Egypt into the highest power that Egypt's ever seen, both in land, in wealth, in military. Everything is kind of at that height. one of the earliest records of the encounters with the Sea Peoples actually does come from the reign of Ramses II. So there is, although it is not the time period that we are typically talking about, there is talk of the Sea Peoples in during the rule of Ramses II in the 19th dynasty. And we'll go through all the documentary sources later. Unfortunately, Egypt falls very particularly fast after the death of Ramses II, which can be attributed to a couple different reasons. Ramses II lives for so long that several of his sons and heirs die before him. So technically, his 13th son, so 12 sons died before he died. And so his 13th son, Ptah, who is here on the right, takes the throne, and he's about 50 years old when he takes the throne, and he only rules for about 10 years. Yeah, Ramses lived way too long, and it really messed up, because you got to think of like how many of your princes are you going to give a full military and political academic role to? You're not going to start teaching your 13th son until really late in the game, when they all start just dying off. So Ptah only lives for about 10 years, and his son, Seti II, takes the throne. But there is also another rival king named Amenmesi. He takes the throne from him for about 4 years before Seti II takes the throne back. And then this later leads to a child named Siptah on the throne, who, I think this is Seti II. Then you get a female pharaoh named Tawaseret, who is here in the center, who is the last ruler of the 19th dynasty. Although there is evidence of the Sea Peoples appearing in the 19th dynasty documents, they are mostly associated with the 20th dynasty. That dynasty begins with a civil war fought after the death of Tawaseret, eventually ending with the accession of a man named Set-Nakht. And his son was Ramses III, who you see here on the right. We obviously have talked about Ramses III a lot with the harem conspiracy lecture. And although he is named Ramses III, he is more than likely not biologically related to either Ramses I or Ramses II, but he is more than likely related to all of the Ramses that follow him. So all the way to Ramses the 11th. And most of the Sea People activity is going to be during the reign of Ramses III. But this is just one of the many different problems during his reign, obviously with his assassination being the kind of end. But he reigns for about 31 years. It is probably the longest reign since Ramses II. So like his reign was very tumultuous, but it was a pretty long and prosperous one in a lot of ways. But he is probably the last powerful pharaoh of the New Kingdom, by far. All the other Ramses after him are really not that powerful. So what's going on in the rest of the Med? And I can't type Mediterranean because I spell it wrong every single time, so that's why it's the Med. So I will note this is not a specialty of mine, so don't ask any deep questions because I am not going to be able to answer them correctly. Yes, we will get to that. We will get to the late Bronze Age collapse. Don't you worry, Otto. We will absolutely be getting to that very soon. Literally in about 5 seconds. So again, this is not my specialty. Everywhere outside of Egypt is not my specialty. This time period is not my specialty. So I will give you enough info to give you the basis, but there's obviously so much more that you can talk about specifically. So the presence of the Sea Peoples is just one portion of a much larger concept called the Late Bronze Age collapse. This occurs in the late 13th to early 12th centuries in the Eastern Mediterranean. As well, Egypt does kind of get involved in this, and we'll talk about why Egypt doesn't fully collapse later as well. So, Egypt, Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, so this whole big peninsula here, the Aegean Sea, over here in Greece, as well as a little bit of eastern Libya, and then the Levant here on the Near East. So modern day Israel, modern day Palestine, modern day Syria, as well as some touches over here in Italy, but mostly not. And I can also forget Crete and Cyprus as well are involved in this. So before these collapses, these nations had monumental architecture, metallurgy, literacy, flourishing trade with all of these different communities. They were doing pretty well. But then we sort of get this weird evidence around 1200. No, so the Levant is considered... The Levant is an old word. I kind of want to stop using it, to be honest, but the Levant is everything, at least in my humble opinion, it is the coastline from this little armpit of Turkey all the way down to the Sinai Peninsula. I think the reason I think it's been used, you hear the word Levantine, so Levantine pottery. I think it's used to sort of separate Mesopotamia, so that if you say the Near East, they include both, if that makes sense. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is always how I've sort of understood it, is that if you say the Near East, you are including both the coastal area of the Levant and the Mesopotamia. And maybe even Anatolia you would include as well, but that's a little bit weirder. But most of it is that coastal area. Again, yeah, as what Roman Gerber would say, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Palestine, Israel, a little bit portion of the Sinai. But it's the coastline portion. But yeah, no, Saudi Arabia is still even more south. Saudi Arabia, what is mostly modern Saudi Arabia, is south of Mesopotamia, is not really included in that either. Armenians? I'm not sure what you mean by Armenians. Like Armenia? Like the country? Or do you mean a different group? Oh, sorry. We do not call them the Amarnate. Sorry. I did not realize. Amarna is in the late 18th dynasty. I've never called them the Amarnans. Well, actually, I have called them the Amarnans, but it doesn't have an I. It's just Amarnans, not Amarnians. Amarna is in the late, the very almost end of the 18th dynasty, so it's a couple hundred years maybe. Actually, oh no, I don't have does my timeline have that? Where'd my timeline go? I don't know if I have dynasties on this. Well, so Akhenaten and Nefertiti are in the 1300s, and the 20th dynasty is in the 1200s. So yeah, about 100 years. Yeah, 100 to 200 years. Sorry, Otto, I needed my dynasty timeline. I needed something more specific, but yeah. But yeah, very close. Yeah, 100 to 200 years. A little bit less than. Okay, where was I? So yeah, so all of these cultures are pretty well thriving. They aren't like, again, the Greeks at this time are not at the peak that you sort of know. Like if you think whatever that first image of Greek history and Greek art, we're not at that point yet. Like this is sort of after that, like you think of all of those, all those really like philosophers and the Parthenon and things like that. That is after. So there absolutely are Greek people here, but it's what if you're gonna differ between Greek and like Mycenaean, as it says here. This is Mycenaean cultures. This is not Athens and all the it's not what you stereotypically think of Greek. But we'll talk about that. So let's go through each of these groups and like what is going on around this time period to sort of give us this indication that there is some sort of collapse. So I essentially zoomed in on this picture that I found for each of the sections. So when we're looking at the Hittites, so the Hittites are an ancient culture. They are a fairly powerful, very army-centered, military-centered kingdom. They are mainly located on Anatolia, which is going to be the Turkish peninsula and such. And suddenly around 1200 BCE, we have evidence that multiple sites in their empires were getting destroyed. So Hattusa, which is all the way up here in the north, that is their capital city. This was burned and possibly abandoned. There is a site called Kara Oglan, which was burned, and they found, when excavating, they found corpses that were left unburied. So like that seemingly tells us, oh my God, some sort of event happened here and then everybody fled and they couldn't bury their dead. And then you also have evidence that Troy, oh, sorry, I cut off the photo here. Troy, all the way over at the end here, is destroyed around 1180 BCE. And then obviously we have Carchemish, we have Taurus, we have all these other groups here. Kadesh, which we will talk about, Aleppo, and we're going to talk about Ugarit as well. These are sort of, yes, they're sort of included in Hittite state, but there are, I included them in a separate section for this. And then we just have all this evidence that these different groups were migrating in and out of the area and that people were not really staying very long. They weren't really able to kind of build up larger communities and larger cities during this time period. Looking over at the Greeks, so at the Mycenaeans, Greece got a huge brunt of this destruction. It is mainly focused on palaces and fortified sites, so much so that none of the Mycenaean palaces really survive. Obviously, we do have evidence of Knossos. That is not a Mycenaean, that is a Cretan Minoan site. But the Mycenaean, so over here, a lot of these palaces do not survive today. Thebes, the Greek one, not the Egyptian, was one of the earliest sites to be sacked, and there's heavy evidence that it was destroyed by fire. And essentially during this time period, about 90% of Peloponnesian, so sites on this island series, are abandoned. And this essentially leads to a time period called the Greek Dark Ages. It lasts about 400 years. And then you get, after this time period of this Dark Age, that is when you suddenly get kind of the stereotypical Greek world that you guys think of typically. Yeah, very, very little stuff is found from this time period. We are going to have an ad in just a second, so I will save the Levant for a second, but feel free, put any questions in the chat. Actually, maybe I can say, no, I can't because I split this in two. But yeah, there's very, very little evidence of a lot of these sites during this time. They do a lot, I will say a lot of the sites that I talk about, they are settled later. So this is mainly the archaeology of getting to the layers that date to the time period we're talking about and finding that destruction. Yeah, in some ways, yeah, absolutely. Kadesh is really far. I also did not know how far Kadesh was until I looked it up, and I was like kind of surprised. I thought Kadesh was a little bit more south. All right, we're gonna let this ad run for a second, and I'm gonna chug some water. I will answer that question again. And I get the Mycenaeans silver. gracious. I just can't win from burping. All right, 5 more minutes. Or 50 more seconds. Which one, Unibuni? Do you mean the one from Avaris? Because that's not Mycenaean, that's more likely Minoan. I don't know what that question is. Yeah, Minoan, I don't know. Minoan to me is very, very distinctive. Girls with no tops and boobs and holding snake ladies, snake people. But yeah, Minoan, yeah. The nice part is that Knossos is relatively well preserved, but in comparison, like obviously not as much. The Voyage of Wenamon. Sounds cool. I think I know that, yeah. Yes, very dramatic things are happening. No, Santorini is its own island. Crete is a different island. If that's what you're asking, Otto. Somebody asked a question. So one of the reasons we don't have a lot of archaeological evidence from the Mycenaeans is because of this destruction. Again, like 90% of Mycenaean sites are being destroyed. And so we can have, like, you can get a decent amount of information from a destroyed site, but you can't get everything. So yeah, we just don't have a lot. And it really does, unfortunately, attribute to this. And also the Mycenaean era is not very long in comparison. Yeah, Minoans are on Crete. Yes, you are correct. Yeah, Thera. It's called the Thera eruption, and that occurs actually around the Hyksos invasion, the Hyksos time period. No, and we will not be talking about Linear A because I don't know anything about Linear A except that I know that Linear A is a thing. But yes, I didn't know about the Thera explosion until there was a recent study where they used wooden Egyptian objects to try and carbon date the eruption. And they actually proposed that the second intermediate period is actually should be set earlier in most timelines because of the eruption, which is interesting. Yeah. Actually, so it's not Thera. We're going to talk about it. Thera is the wrong time period. There is another eruption that does contribute to the Bronze Age collapse, but it's not Thera, and we will talk about that too, because I did get them confused, but I believe Thera is older than this. But we'll come back to it, Freya. I'm just about to talk about that. What if the destruction is not caused by human activity? We can tell the difference between destruction that's natural disasters versus human activity. So most of this destruction is human activity. What snacks do you have, Dr. Harm? So there is a Thera explosion, but this Thera explosion dates to the second intermediate period. I don't think I'm wrong about this because I know it has to do with the Hyksos people. The Thera explosion dates closer to the second intermediate period going into the New Kingdom, and this explosion, which I'll talk about in a second, dates to the end of the New Kingdom, so it's a separate one. There is an explosion that does affect the Bronze Age collapse, but it's not Thera. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. What is an Anzac biscuit? Also, is that biscuit is a cookie, not a biscuit? Bickies. Thank you. So, talking about the Levant. So again, the Levant is sort of this area all the way from the top of this like kind of corner of the easternmost corner of the Mediterranean all the way back down to the Sinai Peninsula. So when we're talking about the northern Levant, which is going to be modern Syria, this is a huge battleground for a variety of campaigns between mostly on the Hittite side that are happening before the late Bronze Age collapse. But many of these coastal areas do come under fire from the Sea Peoples. One you can see is Ugarit. That received a lot of destruction. We'll talk about that one later. Super interesting factoid that I found out is that there was an Egyptian sword with the name of Merin Ptah. So remember who Merin Ptah is. Merin Ptah is the 13th son of Ramses II. A sword with the name of Merin Ptah was found in the destruction levels of that city, meaning that it dates to around 1190 BCE, which is super, super interesting. Oh, Thera explosion is about the downfall of the Minoans. You're right. I forgot about that. Yet the Minoans are not sort of around during the time period we're talking about right now. Huh. That's so interesting. Yes, and we're gonna talk about that particular one, but that's so interesting. Yeah, the Minoans are not around for very long. That's interesting. Yes, Addicted. The Hittites are definitely one of Egypt's main enemies. There are plenty of other enemies, but the Hittites are definitely one of the big ones, especially earlier in this time period. So like during reign of Ramses the Great. No, Ramses are after Akhenaten. Ramses II, all of the Ramses happen after Akhenaten. They are all in the 19th or 20th dynasties. Yeah, so what's super interesting is Ugarit has this sword with the name of Merin Ptah found in the destruction layers, which is really, really interesting. And based on some cuneiform tablets that date to this time period, the destruction is dated to around 1178 BCE, which is during the reign of Ramses III. So it dates the tablets, so the sword might be actually a little bit older and used by somebody later. There's something like this. So there is one eruption before Akhenaten, which is the eruption of Thera in Greece. And then there's a separate eruption, which we're going to talk about in a second, that is after, that is during this time, the late Bronze Age collapse. So then if you look down here at the southern Levant, a lot of it is actually spared. There is a couple places of destruction, but not a lot of evidence. In comparison to some other areas like the northern Levant, there is much more. So for a long time, scholars thought that trade had broken down between the Levant and other areas around this 1200 BCE era, which would then date to the late Bronze Age collapse, which would then say, oh, all these cultures are kind of suffering, so nobody can trade anymore. But it actually turns out that's not true. Both Cypriot, so coming from Cyprus, pottery, and Mycenaean pottery were still being actively traded at this time period. And then we also have tin, which is a vital material to make bronze, was still being imported from the regions of Afghanistan and Kazakhstan. So trade is still going on, and they are still coming to the Levant and then to other locations as well. What landmass? I didn't say anything about a landmass going under the sea. A Minoan a Assassin's Creed game would be great. I mean, you do go to Knossos in Odyssey, but I didn't do a lot of it, unfortunately. I don't think it's going to be that Freya, but it might be. Um, I am not 100% sure of Voident art. I'm not sure why there was an eruption. I don't know if it has to do with plate tectonics or other things. I don't think there's no... The plate's going a different area. We do need more Minoan culture in media. Absolutely. Interesting. That's not where it's going now, but it might be. Freya. So we're talking Dr. Hubs. We sort of are talking about two different eruptions. One of them I haven't said the name of yet, but we're going to get to it in a second. We're mainly talking about the Thera eruption in Greece, and then the other one we're talking about is one that I'll say it. It's called the Hekla eruption, which dates to the time period we're actually talking about today. That's in Iceland, so that's actually way further away. And I can't remember. I can sort of see the plate tectonics of the area, but I don't know if I have a feeling those are different. Yeah, so we're talking about Hekla. That's the one we're going to talk about in just a second. So looking specifically at the island of Cyprus, there is evidence that several settlements in Cyprus were abandoned during the first half of the 12th century, but actually not destroyed. They were abandoned by people, but not like set on fire and destroyed and all of that. There also seems to be evidence that other parts of the island flourished, like were doing absolutely amazing. And this is one of the only parts of the Eastern Med that is actually kind of going against this trend of destruction. Like there's people leaving, but there's not really this full destruction. I know this map does say this, but from all my other research, it seems like Cyprus is doing relatively well. And then the one group that's doing really well during this time period is going to be the Middle Assyrian Empire in Mesopotamia. They still have a stable monarchy, the best army in the world at the time, and then they thrived possibly off of the collapse of all of their neighbors, including the Hittites. We do have some evidence that Nippur, the city of Nippur, was abandoned after the late Bronze Age collapse, but there doesn't seem to be really evidence of destruction in this case, and the site was later reoccupied in the 8th century BCE. And then, although this map lists Sippar as being destroyed, the site is actually just captured by a group called the Elamites around that time, and then that was then captured again by the Neo-Babylonians. So it wasn't necessarily destroyed, it was just kind of captured over time. One thing that's very obvious about all of the sites that we just talked about that were destroyed is that there's not a lot of evidence of who is doing the destruction. In many cases, the archaeologists don't have textual evidence to connect to the archaeological features that they're finding. For example, in Ugarit, weaponry was found throughout the city centers, but it's again it was hard to find out whose weapons these are. And so the difficulty and sort of the early portions of the mystery of the Sea Peoples is that, are the Sea Peoples doing this destruction, or are there other cultures? Who is doing this destruction? All right, just checking I missed any questions. There is a convergent plate boundary. Hekla is a divergent plate boundary. Cool. The Ergo boom is somewhat normal for the kind of volcano it is. Oh, very interesting. Oh yes. Did the Middle Bronze Age Cold Epoch have any contribute? Yes, I am about to talk about that in just a second. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Late Bronze Age collapse as well, but yes. Look who's crying now. Ashurbanipal. Ashurbanipal is definitely one of my favorite names. Yeah, the sword, like, again, like, we're not getting a lot of specific names, and archaeological evidence, like, think about a different country's military. Like, think about, like, World War I, World War II. If we're looking at a battle site and we are doing archaeological research, we are going to find items that are going to strictly identify them with the French, with the Germans, with the Americans. Like, you are going to find archaeological objects that are going to identify it with that culture. This is the struggle that a lot of these sites were having. And also, there are tons of these sites, obviously, all over the world. So not all of these archaeologists are always kind of talking with each other actively about this. A lot of this has sort of been kind of like put together over time and stuff. Not that what I can find, Vev, that there is anything to really be characteristic of different groups. I have really not found any evidence that, like, I think they have found objects, they have found spear points, they have found arrow points, but I don't know if we have been able, it doesn't seem like in the research that they were able to use those as identifying factors and such. Avoid art, that is a possibility, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. So let's do a little bit of historiography. And this is gonna be how historians, how archaeologists, how Egyptologists have talked about the Sea Peoples, have studied the Sea Peoples for centuries. I do think this is a very vital portion of history research that I feel like is very, very overlooked. Because I think a lot of people think that looking back at outdated theories is not useful. But I find it very vital, mostly because some of these theories are still actively talked about today, especially in this age of social media. You sometimes will hear somebody bringing up an old theory or a remnant of one of these old theories that have since been disproven. You still see people calling Akhenaten a heretic or a monotheist. You still see people talking about the Hyksos people as invaders. These are still actively talked about in, I'm not going to say in like full academic research, but like in social media and in the history sphere. You are still going to see those phrases when those are quote unquote outdated. So you'll hear that the pyramid is built by slaves. That is not true. Or that the Egyptians are actually European. You will still hear those things. And these are theories that when they were proposed, they were plausible, based on the evidence that you had at the time. But now new evidence has been found to contradict these. And yet we still talk about them. So if nobody knows what the research is, and if nobody knows how that they came to those conclusions, we're not going to be able to disprove these again today. And it's really important to track these theories and where they originate so that we can try to understand them fully. So the concept of the Sea Peoples was first proposed by this man right here, Emmanuel de Rouge, in 1855. So think about this. 1855 is only about 50 years after the Rosetta Stone is discovered. It is, I think in 1855, they are getting, I think they've already started to decipher, because I think Champollion did that in the 1820s, 1830s, but we're in the early days, guys. We're in the early days of translations. The translations are not going to be great. But yes, we are in Budge era. Absolutely, we are in Budge era. This is around the exact same time as Budge. Budge, I think he dies in like the 1900s, maybe, I think. Oh no, he's later, because he's alive when the Titanic sinks. He's alive in 1912, so he dies like 1920s probably. So this is even a little bit pre-Budge. This is probably when Budge is a kid. So historiography, one very large part of that is evaluating authors and some of their biases and what they might be biased about. That is based on both like things that they are like racist or homophobic or sexist or any of those things, but then also just like what life are they living? Are they very devout Christian or very devout Catholic? Are they going into Egyptology because they want to prove the things that are in the Bible? Like, why are they stepping into that field? That is included in all of those biases. Hi Alex, welcome on in. Emmanuel Rouge wrote about the Sea Peoples for the first time in his paper called Note on Some Hieroglyphic Texts, recently published by Mr. Green. Mr. Green, I have never heard of Mr. Green before, but Mr. Green is John Beasley Green, who is a French-born American Egyptologist. who is one of the earliest archaeological documentary photographers of his time. And you can see his photo here in the center of the Sphinx. He's now like piqued my interest. I want to do more research into him because unfortunately he sadly dies of TB at the age of 24. And his documentary photography has really not been acknowledged until very, very recently. And again, like 1855 is pretty early for photos being published and taken. It's a risk we all take. So Mr. Green had taken some photos of the battle scenes of Ramses III. Hi, Casey! Welcome on in. We are doing some historiography of the Sea Peoples, but welcome on in. We haven't yet gotten to all the juicy stuff. We're just giving some basis, some background infos and such. Oh yeah, absolutely, Dr. Harm. I love, honestly, sometimes more than learning about the ancient Egyptians, I love learning about the history of discovery and the history of Egyptology, even though it's like great. I defined it for you, Silver, but that's okay. Historiography is the study of history. Hi, not a professor. So historiography is studying how historians and archaeologists have studied history prior to that. So it's going through all of the theories and seeing how it has changed. So it's a super, super interesting topic that I don't think people talk about a lot. I took an historiography class. If y'all remember my Egyptomania lecture, that was my historiography paper. Was all about Egyptomania and how Egyptomania has changed over time, and how people have defined Egyptomania and how people have talked about it. What I was going to do, what was I going to do as my topic first? I was going to do Akhenaten and all of the medical theories that people have put onto Akhenaten. I was actually going to do that one first, and my professor really liked that idea, but I then got really deep into Egyptomania, because the big thing is, for my historiography class, I had to do a book review as well, so I had to read an Egyptomania book. Which book did I read? I wrote Egyptomania by Bob Breyer. It's sitting right here next to me. And there really wasn't a book, unfortunately, about Akhenaten's medical stuff. Like, there were a lot of articles, but not really a book. But yeah, so historiography is... And honestly, I have also always said that historiography is something that should be used in many different fields. I ask this to a lot of medical students when I'm at my apothecary job, is that, like, have you ever learned the history of medicine? And I really feel like that medical students should learn the historiography of medicine and pharmacy and all of these drugs, even just like in a random crash course, because I feel like it would help them in certain ways. You didn't like your historiography classes? Well, I only took one historiography class and I really liked it. And I think it's more because I love the history of Egyptology, and so I really like seeing the crazy theories that people came up with for certain things. I've told you guys about the catacomb of metempsychosis, which is a drawing that's in one of the It's a drawing in one of the Valley of the King's tombs that some dude drew it and sent it to Europe before they had translated hieroglyphs. And so all of these people started interpreting what they saw in this image, and they called this tomb the catacomb of metempsychosis because of this image. And they all were thinking that it's a reincarnation scene. Metempsychosis is a separate word for reincarnation. And it was so wrong. Like, it was hideously wrong, because that's not what the ancient Egyptians believed in and stuff. I usually say the study of history, but history of history is valid, absolutely. But yeah, I definitely think it depends on what field, but I've always really liked historiography, which is why we're talking about it today. So this is Emmanuel de Rouge. He writes this article, the first article about the Sea Peoples in 1855. And he is specifically writing on these pictures that Mr. Green took of battle scenes of Ramses III, which are on the second pylon of Medinet Habu. Medinet Habu is the mortuary temple of Ramses III, located on the west bank of Luxor. And it was that first image I showed you on that second slide. And I'll be showing that quite frequently. So Darouche notes that in that quote, in the crests of the conquered peoples, the Sherden and the Terseh bear the designation of the Peuples de la Mer. I can't say that word. Or the sea peoples. So he said this specifically in reference to the prisoners depicted at the base of the fortified east gate of the complex. And the drawing that's on the right side of the slide is by Jean-Francois Champollion, so the guy who translates the Rosetta Stone. And he is drawing the faces of these different prisoners. And later, these hieroglyphs are translated into some of the groups that we're going to talk about at the end of the lecture that are part of the Sea Peoples. So I did really want to find out who coined the name the Late Bronze Age collapse. I sadly cannot figure it out. I cannot find the person who coined this term. Yes, there are quite a few featherhead dresses. This one here is a featherhead dress. It just doesn't have the feather. You can't see the separate feathers and such. And I'll show you guys some closer images of those soon. So I really wanted to figure out who coined the Late Bronze Age collapse term, but I can't figure out who coined the term, but it does appear that the collapse of all of these cities is talked about as early as 1817 and 1826 by the guy here on the left. Hi, Leo. That's okay. We're doing our historiography first, so we haven't even really gotten to the Sea Peoples themselves. So this guy on the left is Arnold Hermann Ludwig Herren, and he is talking about the collapse of a lot of these different cities in the Eastern Mediterranean all the way back in 1817 to 1826. Darouche, who's again here in the center, he published excerpts of a dissertation on the attacks directed against the Egyptian people. I'm not reading this correctly. He later published excerpts of a dissertation on the attacks directed against Egypt by the peoples of the Mediterranean in the 14th century BCE. And he published that in 1867, so a little bit after his first publishing of the Sea Peoples. And that article mainly focuses on the battles of Ramses II and Meren Ptah, so it focuses on these earlier mentions of Sea Peoples rather than the ones he was talking about with Ramses III. Then you have Gaston Maspero here on the right, and he built on both of these theories, and he wrote something called The Struggle of the Nations in 1895. This is a work that sort of solidified the villainization of the Sea Peoples. So he theorizes that the Sea Peoples were the main reason for the Bronze Age collapse in and outside of Egypt. And even though Gaston Maspero, I will say, he is mostly an Egyptologist. He is not really a historian of other groups, but he really is kind of hitting on that these Sea Peoples are the villains of the Late Bronze Age collapse. So there's also part of his theory that focuses on the Sea Peoples attempting essentially to migrate and find a new place to settle down. And that is why they're going around and destroying all these places to find a new homeland, essentially. And mainly, he takes this from some imagery of women and children loaded on ox carts with the Sea Peoples on the temple in Medinet Habu. I forgot to grab a picture of that, but there are images of women and children in these ox carts being pulled, and he is interpreting that as, oh, these are migratory people looking for a place to settle. And that's what we're going to talk about, Hugin. So this theory is picked up by more scholars, and then becomes the accepted theory amongst most Egyptologists, most Orientalists, most of these early historians who are talking about the Late Bronze Age collapse. Until very recently, when scholars are like, actually, we think that they are now a symptom of the greater collapse. They definitely do contribute to the destruction of some of these nations, but they are just a symptom. So, It is now agreed that there are a large variety of factors, i.e. it's the perfect storm that lead to the late Bronze Age collapse. It is not just the sea peoples, they are just a larger symptom of it. So we have found that there was a large drought occurring at the same time. Mainly they have found this through the dendrochronology of trees. We also know that iron is slowly being developed developed first in present-day Bulgaria and Romania, so just a little bit north of where we are here, around the 13th and 12th centuries, so BCE. So this might slowly start spreading out to different groups, which would have led larger armies of iron to overthrow smaller bronze-equipped armies very easily. I listen to what I say, Otto, but symptom and reaction are possibilities, but it's sort of, there's a back and forth to this where it's like, we're not really sure what triggered them. And so it's unclear if the collapse triggered them or if they are a syndrome of the collapse itself, a symptom of the collapse itself. There is also evidence of a now extinct strain of the bubonic plague that was brought from Central Asia by these groups that may have taken out large groups around this area. And then again, as I mentioned before, Egyptologists have also speculated that the Hekla 3 volcanic eruption in Iceland may have dated to around this time. There is a quite large range for when this explosion happened, but it's around 1021 to 920. But again, there's not a specific year that kind of we can associate it to it. So there's a chance that it could have been during the late Bronze Age collapse. This would have caused a volcanic winter, which would cause drought, famine, lots of other stuff. And then we also have, obviously, the Sea Peoples. Many of these theories can affect each other, giving us this perfect storm of events that takes down a large portion of this Eastern Mediterranean. And so, again, like, the Sea Peoples might be a symptom, but they also may have been affected by the drought and the famine, and that they wanted to go out and pillage. So it's a very back and forth of what their motivations are, if that makes sense. It's hard to say. All right, now we're going to get to the really cool stuff, which is actually the documented sources. I really wanted to read out translations of these, but I couldn't find a lot of them, so I'm giving summaries. I have found one article that if anybody wants, I can send it to you. I think it's University of Chicago. One of them has one of their published translations of all of these walls that is online for free. But I'm not going to have time to read it all out because it's way too long. So I will have to remind me later, Otto, but I will try to find it for you. I feel like I know it's University of Chicago, but I can't remember now if it's, which of these documentary sources is. I think it's Ramses III, but I'm not 100% sure. You'll have to remind me later and I will find the link for you. Yes, but I'm telling you, you're going to have to remind me because as soon as we end this lecture, I'm going to forget. That's what I'm saying. You have to remind me. I'll post it in the Discord, but somebody's going to have to tell me that I have to do it. This is all this evidence that Egyptologists have sort of used to kind of determine who the Sea Peoples are and how this is all going to go through. We are mostly looking at Egyptian sources. There really are almost only Egyptian sources. Similar to the Hyksos, we have a very one-sided story about the Sea Peoples. We also obviously have the archaeological evidence at the destruction of cities outside of Egypt, but we don't have that, again, evidence of really to connect who the assailants are. So we really only have this one-sided Egyptian story. This is going to also involve the potential of embellishment or even lying in the textual sources and the pictorial depictions. So we do have to sort of understand we're going to take some of this with a grain of salt. as we do with most Egyptian imagery. Digital Deck, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Hi, Dapper. We have not gotten to that yet, but one of the groups that we're going to talk about has the potential of maybe being from Sicily. But we get to that at the very, very end of the lecture, talking about the specific ones. But welcome on in. Sorry, let me give you a shout out. What were you doing today? My name is MelissainDeNile. I am in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology and archaeology games here on Twitch, as well as... Nope, I spelled that wrong. I thought I spelled that correct, but I did not, apparently. You always know when you don't spell it right, when it shows your logo. Forgot I gotta turn that off. Welcome on in. I'm glad you rated on in. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but yeah, there is a potential. One of the groups has been identified potentially with Sicily. Poetica. Ooh, that sounds cool. We are talking about the Sea Peoples tonight, and we're just gonna start again talking about the specific documentary sources. So we're going to go through these chronologically. I'm not going to read out the translations, unfortunately. I'll read any excerpts that I kind of have included. And I will be reading out the names of the Sea Peoples throughout these translations, but I will explain who they are at the end after we talk about these. So just, if you have any questions about the specific names that I'm saying, just wait. That'll be at the end of the lecture. So some of the first documented references to the Sea Peoples are actually in the Amarna letters. So we're actually going much further back. We're going into the 18th dynasty. These date to around the 14th century BCE. And that indicates that these are groups that are predating the late Bronze Age collapse. Most of these letters are in cuneiform tablets. Technically, even though they are found in Amarna, they are the Mesopotamian letters that are being sent to Egypt, or from the Levant. It could be from Mesopotamia or the Levant, depending on where the letters are coming from. And so for the most part, we don't have the actual Egyptian correspondence. We only have one half of this correspondence from these other cultures. And I have mentioned this when we've talked about Amarna. Akhenaten's not one for diplomacy. He was a little bit more focused on himself and changing a lot of stuff, which has led to some of the problems that the early Ramessides had to deal with, because he was really not keeping up appearances like his father did. And some of these letters are some of the strongest indications of him just like genuinely straight up ignoring what was going on in Mesopotamia and the Levant. We have either one or two discussion streams where we talk about the Amarna letters. Those are over on my YouTube if you want to hear me read some of the letters aloud. So there are 4 Amarna letters that reference individual groups that are considered underneath the umbrella term of the Sea Peoples. So EA 141 refers to the Denyen peoples in essentially just a passing reference to the death of their king. EA 38 refers to the Luca people, who are being accused of attacking the Egyptians in conjunction with the Alashians, which is a group located on the island of Cyprus. And the Alashians are saying that the Luca were seizing their villages. And this is that quote. "Why, my brother, do you say such thing to me? Does my brother not know this? As far as I am concerned, I have done nothing of the sort. Indeed, 2 men of Luki year by year seize villages in my own country." One of the things I love about Mesopotamian letters is that they will directly quote the letters that have been sent to them. So that is what you see. Does my brother not know that? Like, they do have direct quotes from these groups, which is always so funny to me, because the Mesopotamians are really sassy on the way back and being like, what do you mean you don't know what's going on? Which is what this letter is kind of referencing. And then EA 81, EA 122, and EA 123 refer to the Sherden people. One letter says that a Sherden man was a renegade mercenary, and another says that 3 Sherden were killed by an Egyptian overseer. So we are getting these mentions of these groups that are later than identified with the Sea peoples. So then we jump into the Ramesside period with Ramses the Great. I really don't think people associate Ramses the Great with the Sea peoples because there's so much more evidence of the Sea peoples during the reign of Ramses III. But 2 of the campaigns of Ramses II are recording some early Sea people activity or some of these Sea people groups. So the first is called, is at the Battle of the Nile Delta in the 2nd year of his reign. Yes and no. We'll get to that part, Otto. They are not the main people he is fighting. Not by a long shot. So in the 2nd year of his reign, there's the Battle of the Nile Delta, a group labeled as the Sherden or the Shardana. They attack the Nile Delta, yes, as well. So we're talking Ramses II, but yes, you are right. Ramses III did also have a battle at the Nile Delta. Remember, they're coastal people on boats, so they're both going to fight it out in the Delta. So this one, the Sherden or the Shardana were attacking the Egyptians in the Nile Delta, and the Egyptians defeated them. So this is recorded on the Tanis Stela number 2. And one section says, quote, "The unruly Sherden, whom no one had ever known how to combat, they came boldly sailing in their warships from the midst of the sea, none being able to withstand them," which is where the quote from our title has come from. And so during this time period, during this battle, some of the Sherden people were captured and imprisoned. And what is really fascinating is that these Sherden warriors, soldiers, or sailors, honestly, I'm not sure which one, are incorporated into the Egyptian army. And more than likely were serving on the Hittite frontier during the Battle of Kadesh. And so these sea peoples are imprisoned, and then they are integrated into the Egyptian army. Unclear if they are still prisoner or if they just stay on as soldier. That's a little wishy-washy, but they were imprisoned to then work in the military. And who knows? Maybe they just decided to stay. Who knows how long they are imprisoned for? Like, that is unclear, but they are still there. And so these Sherden people are then mentioned in the text about the Battle of Kadesh, which is in his 5th year of his reign, so 3 years later. So some Sherden people are still there for about 3 years within the Egyptian army. Now, as we sort of talked about the Battle of Kadesh, it's not really an Egyptian success. Egypt was able to drive the Hittites back to Kadesh, which you can see here is on this border of the Egyptian Empire and the Hittite Empire. And that was his main objective was to get the Hittites out of Kadesh, but he didn't get to take Kadesh. That's the problem. He didn't get the city. He was able to push them back to this point, but he didn't take Kadesh, and he didn't take any more land beyond Kadesh. So, like, not a win, not a loss. But what we know about in the official description of the battle, which is called the Bulletin today, it describes it way more favorably than it ever really probably happened. So there are 10 copies surviving of the quote-unquote Bulletin, is what it's called. One in Abydos, one in Karnak, one in Luxor, and one in Abu Simbel, all of those temples. Abydos Temple, Karnak Temple, Luxor Temple, Abu Simbel temples, as well as other locations as well. There is also something called the Poem of Pentar that survives, and this also describes the Sea People's soldiers. So not only does it describe the Sherden people who were captured and working for the pharaoh, it actually describes the Sherden people as helping him formulate a battle plan for Ramses II. And what it is implying is that the Sheridan people, these warriors, were the ones to suggest that Ramses should divide the army into 4 columns. The interesting thing is, this might have been why the battle was not very successful, but there's not a lot of evidence indicating that the Sheridan were collaborating with the Hittites, or that Ramses was ever suspicious of them, or if they were trying to, like, get out of it. Like, the text does not really give that implication. It just tells you straight up that the Sheridan people are the ones who came up with this idea, which is super fascinating and interesting, and to me implies that they're no longer prisoners, and that they, in this case, could have been trusted advisors at this point. Unclear. The other side of this is that there are a few of the people who have been labeled as Sea Peoples mentioned as Hittite allies. So there are people on the other side of this battle. And these are the Luka, the Karkissa peoples are mentioned as Hittite allies who are fighting with the Hittites and then thus fighting against the Egyptians. So this is sort of also that indication that the Sea Peoples are not always friends with each other, and that they could actively be fighting against each other in some cases. Sorry, I have to fix this hair or else I'm actually going to lose my brain. I have this cowlick on my hair and it's like, it just won't go away. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that is all the documented sources within Ramses II. So they are in 2 of the major battles of his kingdom, both as allies and as enemies. And I'm gonna drink my water. Any questions so far? Do you mean later, Otto? I don't think we know enough to say yes or no. I mean, if they did all of the actual, like, destruction of all these major cities, I would say yeah. But it's also still a little unclear. Because a lot of people talk about them as, like, pirates, and, like, obviously pirates are not that scary. Hi, welcome to the afterlife. No, so we're mainly just talking about the Sea Peoples. So the Sea Peoples tried to attack Egypt, but the Canaanites as, like, a people did not exist until after this point. There are smaller, like, communities, but most of that area was actually taken over by Egypt at that time. That the Sea Peoples had a flag language? I did not find any evidence of that, but I don't even know if we have any evidence they had flags. Interesting. Yes, we are going to get to that right about now, Leo, as well. So yeah, privateers and pirates are good description of them in some cases, but they also did a lot of land battles as well. So they're not just seafaring peoples. So one of the only non-Egyptian documented sources is going to be Ugaritic texts that have been found in modern Syria. Obviously, technically, the Amarna letters are also not technically Egyptian. They are just found in Egypt. Whole big thing. No, so the Hyksos people are much earlier than this. So the Hyksos people are in the Second Intermediate period. We are now into the late New Kingdom and Third Intermediate period. I have a whole lecture about the Hyksos people over on my YouTube if you want to go and look that up. But the Sea peoples and the Hyksos do not overlap in time. Does Toronto have access to the ocean? No? I don't... Maybe? Through a river? I think. So we have these letters that have been found in Ugarit. They date to around the 12th century BCE, which foreshadow the destruction of the city, which again, we are sort of dating to 1180 BCE. So there is a letter called RS 34.129. And this is a letter from the king of the Hittites, Supilium. Oh, every single time this name. Supil Uli. I'm going to look at this one more time. Supil Uliuma the first, or no, the second, sorry. Supil Uliuma the second, to the prefect of the city of Ugarit. So the king of the Hittites, Sup Uliuma the second, to Ugarit, which if you guys remember, let me pull up a picture again. Actually, is it on here? Yes. So all of this is Hittite, and then Ugarit is down here in this area. So the prefect is the person who's like in charge of the city itself. And the king of the Hittites wants the king of Ugarit to send him a man named Ibnadushu, for questioning. And this man has been kidnapped by and lived with the people of Shikala. And we have translated that as the Sekelesh people, who quote unquote lived on ships as part of this letter. They lived on ships. And so this man, Ibnadushu, I can't say this, Ibnadushu, was kidnapped by the Sekelesh people and then lived with them for a little bit. And so the king of the Hittites wants to question him. And it is probably, it might be evidence of the king trying to gather military intelligence from this person. It is trying to get more information about this group of people, which I think is a fascinating letter, because genuinely it's wild to me to think that a king would have heard, like, obviously probably somebody told him about him, but it's fascinating to think that a king would have known about this individual person's name and what happened to him. Like, it's wild to me that he's like, I want you to find this specific person by name. Fascinating to me. So then there's a couple other letters, RSL1, RS20.238, and RS20.18 are sent from Amurapi, the king of Ugarit, and Eshuwara, who is the grand supervisor of Elatia. To the grand supervisor of Elatia, which is now modern day Cyprus. So the king of Ugarit tells the other that there's an enemy fleet of 20 ships that have been spotted at sea. And he writes back asking where the Ugarit's forces are. The king of Cyprus is writing back to the king of Ugarit saying, hey, you just told me that somebody saw 20 ships. Where are your forces right now? That's, again, we're hearing sort of this half correspondence. And it's amazing that we have like the replies of these letters and that they repeat themselves from what the actual letter have said. And then there's one more letter, RS 18.147, which is written again by Amurapi to the king of Cyprus. And he describes the plight that is facing Ugarit. And he is apparently trying to appeal to the viceroy of Carchemish, which, is that on the map? It was on the map the other time. Carchemish is like somewhere here, I think. He's trying to appeal to the viceroy of Carchemish, which is one of the only major cities that was actually not destroyed during the Late Bronze Age collapse. So yeah, and here are some images of Ugarit, and you can see that they have labeled a area that is a layer in the archaeological stratigraphy that is called the Sea People destruction layer. And a lot of this is very complicated to kind of like define, but what you can very well see in here is that this is a much darker layer, and literally you can find full destruction layers with just covered in ash and cover to indicate that something has been burned. And those are very helpful for dating, especially when you actually know when that's happened. I can't remember if I've told you guys this about, I did a project when I was in undergraduate about a saloon in the Wild West out in Nevada that was an African-American owned saloon. And what was amazing about the saloon was that it closed down, and like a couple months later it burned in a fire. And so when they did archaeology of the site, you essentially are going down, and then you reach this layer of charcoal and burn that is dated, because we know from newspapers when that building burned, and so that everything below it all dated to the saloon, and they found amazing artifacts there. And so we have this layer here where at the very bottom where you suddenly see lots of broken pottery, lots of burned pottery, lots of just burning of all of the different artifacts in this area. All right, any questions? Any questions so far? We're gonna have an ad in a second. You are correct, friend at arms. You get the Hyksos, the dynasty of the pharaohs that ends almost with King Tut. There's a few after him, but pretty much with King Tut. And then you get the Ramesside period. Very good. All right. Oh my goodness. It's 9:18. We're making great time. I think. I have no idea. I'm glad. Any other questions? I'm gonna pause until the ad is over. But yeah, so these are all predating the big event of the late Bronze Age collapse. So this last, is this the last one that's pre-Bronze Age? Yeah. So the documented sources from Mer and Ptah are the last prior to Ramses III, and all of the stuff that people typically associate with the Sea Peoples, and the late Bronze Age collapse. So there are some mountainous areas over in this area, but yeah, most of the stuff we're talking about is more coastal. There are a few, like Hattusa's in like northern Turkey, so it could not have been accessed by sea. But in some cases, there are areas that are very mountainous, kind of over more eastern from here. All right, ads gonna start in about 10 seconds. Put any questions you have in the chat. I'm gonna stay silent for like 3 minutes to save my voice. I'm sorry, Avoidant Ant. I'm not sure what you're talking about at all. But we're not talking about the present day. We're talking about thousands of years ago. I don't know. That's a great question. This, I think, though, is not a tablet. This is a... I think this is a... Is this depicted... It's not on Medina Habu. I actually don't know where this is from. It must... I think it's from a mortuary temple. I think it's a wall relief, not a, not a stela. Oh my goodness. Can y'all hear me okay? I mean, when the ad's over. Yeah. In my microphone, because I'm like slinking down in my chair. Avoidant, I do not know what you're talking about. Like, not at all. Okay. Ad's over in like 10 seconds. Addicted, I do not know why this has a square cut out of it. I know I'm shrimping. I don't know why it has a square cut out of it. At first I did think it was a window, but it is very distinctly cut out of it. I don't think this is a tablet. I think this is a remnant of the wall. But I don't know from where. Chicago house. I'm not sure where. This is Marin Patah's... I don't know if this is from his mortuary temple. I don't know a lot about Marin Patah, and I didn't write down where these are recorded. Okay, so the last recorded event of the Sea Peoples that comes from, yeah, but an epigraphic survey of what? Is this his mortuary temple? Is this in Karnak? I don't know where it is. It might be Karnak, actually. Oh, that's why I'm so warm. My fan's not on. Yeah, I think it probably is Karnak Temple, because I don't think Marin Patah's mortuary temple is preserved, but I could be wrong. Marin Patah is not a hugely popular pharaoh. So, this is the last instances of Sea Peoples that are recorded prior to the Late Bronze Age collapse and Ramses III. And so these occur during the reign of Marin Patah. Remember, he is the 13th son of Ramses II. He only takes the throne when he's 50 years old. He only rules for about 10 years. So there were two major battles during his reign, one in the 5th year and one in the 6th year. These are called the battles of Peri Re. And they occur more than likely in the western Nile Delta. So closer to where modern day Alexandria is. Again, Alexandria didn't exist at that time though. And so this battle is not between the Sea Peoples mainly. It is actually mainly between the Egyptians and the Libyans. But the Libyans are actually allied with some of the Sea People groups. So when it comes to Libya and the peoples of Libya, which can be interpreted as the Amazigh people in some ways, Libya was never really a huge security concern for Egypt at the time. Mainly, they weren't really a big concern during the Old and Middle Kingdoms. There's a massive desert in between the two nations, so unless they kind of went through that desert or they went around the Mediterranean then came down into Egypt, they really were not a huge military concern. But we do have evidence in the New Kingdom that the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty, again, Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, and even some earlier pharaohs, actually built some forts to the west of modern day Alexandria to essentially protect this western border. Because more than likely, why would they go through the full desert when they could at least stay close to the coast and continue on? And one of these forts is called Zawet el Rakam. It was very quickly abandoned, and some Egyptologists believe that it is because the Libyans forced the Egyptians to evacuate it because they took it over, or they pushed them out of it. And so it was not a very well suited fort system to stop the Libyans from coming into Egypt. And then when you get into the 13th century BCE, there appears to be some sort of famine in Libya. And this may have been from some of the factors that we talked about with the late Bronze Age collapse. This may have, but it was, again, still earlier, still just before this era. But Libya is mainly made up of all these small different tribes before this point. But because of this famine, they unite under a chief named Mary A. And they, in Egyptian sources, they are called two different names. They are called the Tejenu, Tejeenu, and the Meshwesh. And again, these are the Egyptian sources. These are not the names that they would have used for themselves, but these are how the ancient Egyptians have identified these two different groups. And so it is actually estimated that this kind of coalition of these two different tribes contained about tens of thousands of people. And then we also know that they hired or were allied. So again, this option of, are the Sea Peoples mercenaries? Are they privateers? Or are they this like people that is just allying themselves with different groups? Which one are they? It is potentially like possibility for even both, because we're talking about so many different individual groups. So we know that they either were hired or they allied with the Libyans. And the specific groups were the Sekelesh, the Teresh, the Ekwesh, the Luka, and the Sheridan. More than likely, we are going to lean towards that they are mercenaries, that they are being hired, rather than just allying with the Libyans for conquest. When you look at kind of the history of these groups being mentioned, it appears that they are being hired a lot of the time as mercenaries. And we know that the Egyptians absolutely hired many different mercenaries from Nubia, from lots of different areas, for their army. So it is not unheard of for them to be hiring mercenaries. So in this battle, the Libyans and the Sea Peoples, they first capture an oasis in Western Egypt, which, if y'all know from our previous lectures where we talked about oases, there are quite a few. We actually don't know which specific oasis they captured, but the two main theories are Siwa or the Bahariya, which are the kind of most Western. And then from that oasis, they advance to the Farafar. Someone always trips me up. Farafra oasis. That one is more central, and it's on the routes of two more oases and to Nubia. It appears that the Libyans then contacted the Nubians about their plans to take over Egypt, or to do whatever they wanted to do in Egypt, as there is actually a separate stela called the Amada stela, which records Nubian raids in Upper Egypt, so in the very, very south, just 2 days before the Battle of Per-e-Rey. So it seems like there is this kind of, let's get Egypt on both sides of the Nile and try to take them down. It seems that it may have been more coordinated than some of the other like battles that we're going to talk about. Yes, there is definitely a history of paying soldiers with land. It's definitely unclear if it would be land, but that's a possibility. Absolutely, in Egypt at that time. I think mercenaries has been a thing for a long, long time. Yeah, as old as warfare. For people, anyone who wants to do war for money, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty old thing. So yeah, so they are going through all of these oases, and then somebody apparently at some point may have gone down to talk to the Nubians to say, hey, you guys should also attack Egypt, because we're going to go attack Egypt from the north. So the Libyans and Sea Peoples, they move back up to Peri Ray. We don't know exactly where this city is located, or this location is located, but there is somewhere in the Western Nile Delta. And the battle is mainly recorded on 3 different locations. Sorry, now I found it. The Cairo Column, the Athribis Stela, and the Great Karnak Inscription, which is definitely what this picture is the Great Karnak Inscription. And this is a transliteration of the text in a book. But yeah, Cairo Column, Athribis Stela, and Great Karnak Inscription. Italian city-state mercenaries. Sounds cool. There is a really great description of the battle itself. I don't think we really have as many, I don't think I have time to go through as many of the details as I would like to today, but here are some of the basics. The Egyptians won this battle at Peri Ray. They brag that they kill 6,000 Libyans, 2,201 Ekwesh people, 722 Teresh people, and 200 Selkalesh people. And then they captured around 9,000 enemies from all of these groups. And apparently, according to the text, they took the penises of all of the uncircumcised enemy dead and the hands of all of the circumcised enemy dead. Unfortunately, it was too interesting to not include. So here's the thing. So the use of chopping up the use of chopping off your right hand is known earlier. There's a really great depiction. I believe it's the Battle of Kadesh. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is. Actually, it might be Ramses III. There's a really lovely depiction of a pile of hands. And we have found a pile of hands archaeologically just a couple years ago, which is really great. Take my hand, only my hand. So what is so fascinating about this is that the text specifically confirms that the Ekwesh were circumcised. And so that meant that obviously they took just their hands. And so it's so fascinating that like it is specifically mentioning a culture and a cultural practice of that culture. I don't know. I thought that was a fun fact, Dapper. But apparently Dapper doesn't like fun facts like that. Yeah, so as I mentioned, there is many depictions of the cutting off and collecting of hands and imagery in Medinat Habu. We also have found a mass grave of hands at Tel El Daba, which is in Avaris. It's very close to Pi Ramesses, which is the capital during this time period. So I have to look back into it if we can find out what, if that dates to the Hyksos capital or if it dates to Pi Ramesses. It kind of depends. And then, I hate to say it, we have evidence of them cutting off penises all the way back in the early dynastic period on the Narmer palette. The Narmer palette has imagery of both chopping off through their heads and chopping off their penises and placing the penises on top of their heads. Directly there on the Narmer palette. It's one of the funniest things that is so subtle and you'd never notice it, but it's there. Now I made my point. No, it's really small. The dicks are really small. So it's actually really, really hard. Addicted, that's a great question. Unclear. The other thing is that this is also not even clear. Although actually, no, I wrote enemy dead. I actually don't know if the right hand thing was for the dead people or for if they let them live. I think they were dead. I think they all were dead. I think the hand thing is mainly about like keeping, like you kept, like it's sort of like scalping in a way where it's like, oh, I can show you how many I've killed because I've taken all of these scalps or teeth, or like keeping it sort of like a war prize and such. But I think they are all from the dead people. I don't know if they were already dead. I guess I'll say that. Yeah, I think they are all dead, but I do not know if they're chopping it off while they're still alive or if they're dead. Yes, friend at arms, there is images of circumcision in ancient Egypt. There's very little. I think there's really only one or two, but yeah. And so one of the quotes from this section talks about the Sea People says, quote, the third season saying, the wretched fallen chief of Libya, Mary Ray, son of Dead, has fallen upon the country of Tehenu with his bowmen, Sheridan, Selkalesh, Ekwesh, Luka, Teresh, taking the best of every warrior and every man of war of his country. He has brought his wife and his children, the leaders of the camp, and he has reached the western boundary in the fields of Peri Ray. So he's also saying that he's bringing the families. Again, this is very similar to, remember what we said about these sea peoples who are bringing their families with them to these battles, with the potential of maybe settling as well. Yeah, if you guys remember anything about this lecture, remember the penises. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if the people that they took the penises were alive or dead. Like, that would make sense that you would like make them eunuchs if they were still alive. But I'm not sure of the specifics. I might be wrong. Yeah, you might bleed out, but that's also a punishment in and of itself. But yeah, if you make them eunuchs, you can make them work for you. You can enslave them or put them in the military. So yeah, what I found very interesting is that all of these documentary sources of the Sea Peoples are predating the ones of the late Bronze Age collapse, the ones that you are really, people know more about. But it does show a lot of their military power of these groups in general. It tells us a lot that the Libyans hired them, or at least allied with them, and that they are known for their military prowess. And so it makes sense that they are thus known as these. A eunuch is spelled EUNCH or something. I do not know where the term specifically comes from. But yeah, eunuch is spelled very weirdly. It starts with an E for sure. EUNEC? No, that's not right. It's very close, but it's not right. Eunuch with another U, not an E. Yeah, I was close. Thank you guys. I should know, I'm reading the Apothecary Diaries light novel. Yeah, that is how you spell it, Baha. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, there we go. Comes from ancient Greek, which literally translates to bed guard or keeper of the chamber. So does that imply that a eunuch was actually did not have to lose his manhood? I'm gonna look into that later. Especially because I'm reading the Apothecary Diaries light novel, and they have a lot of eunuchs who don't have their frogs. I guess that is true. Yeah, they don't have their balls. Not the whole thing. That is true, I guess. Oh yeah, because you guys can't. Because you'd have trouble peeing if the whole thing was gone. But yeah, it would make sense for a chamber, a women's bed chamber and stuff. All I keep thinking about is the Apothecary Diaries where she accidentally touches his frog. I really need season 2 to be not just on Crunchyroll. Hi, Anna! Welcome on in. We're sort of talking about penises and eunuchs, but we're moving on from that topic at the moment. Mostly because the sea peoples, we're talking about willies. I am talking about the Apothecary Diaries because I'm obsessed with the Apothecary Diaries, and I'm actually reading the light novels now. But we're Apothecary Diaries is so good. Everybody needs to watch it. So good. I forgot. It was so funny. I got really obsessed with it, and then that was last year. That was last April. I watched it all the way. And then I had, then I wanted to rewatch it. I kept seeing all of these really great edits on TikTok. So then I watched, and then I started watching it. And then I forgot that the second season is only on Crunchyroll with a subscription. So then now I haven't watched the second season. And I'm not even joking you. I was laying in my bed at night and I was like, God, I really want more Apothecary Diaries content. And I remember seeing all these clips for like the light novels, like on TikTok, like they would like spoil like light novel number 15, like really deep into it past the show. And then I suddenly was like, wait a dang second. My brother bought me one of the light novels, didn't he? Where is that? And I get up out of my bed. It's like 12 o'clock at night. I was trying to go to sleep, and I go into the other room and I look on my bookshelf, and my brother not only bought me the light novel, but also brought me the art book last Christmas, and I literally had not touched it. So I had to finish the last Bennett sister, the other Bennett sister, but I just started reading the light novel this past weekend. Yeah, so now I'm going to read all the light novels. So now I can skip ahead from where the TV show is. Because right now I'm in the middle of the TV show. But right now I'm in like, I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think the light novels correspond with seasons. So I think I'm still in season 1. But I'm going to buy them all. Yeah. All right. Now we get to Ramses III. Now we get to the big badass sea peoples. We get to the late Bronze Age collapse. There's a lot of information here, so let's get into it. So this is the primary battle that people will think about when you hear the sea peoples, is that they will associate it with either the destruction of the cities in the Eastern Mediterranean, or you will think about the battles specifically fought against Ramses III. But as we just talked about, these groups are talked about for at least 100 years before it, going all the way back to the Amarna letters. And some of them will be talked about afterwards, but not very far afterwards, and we'll talk about why in a second as well. There are a few different primary sources that talk about the actual battle. The main one is going to be on the mortuary temple of Ramses III at Medinet Habu. So every time I say Medinet Habu, I mean his mortuary temple. It's just a huge place where we can do bragging rights about why he's amazing and why there should be a cult worshipped to him. And one of the quotes that I will read out is, the foreign countries, i.e. the sea peoples, made a conspiracy in their islands. All at once the lands were removed and scattered in the fray. No land could stand before their arms. From Hatti, the Hittites, Kode, Carchemish, Arzawa, and Alicia is Cyprus, remember, on, being cut off at one time. A camp was set in the Amaru. They desolate its people, and its land was like that which had never come into being. They were coming forward towards Egypt while the flame was prepared before them. Their confederation was the Peliset, Tejeker, Sekelesh, Dayen, and Weshesh, lands united. They laid their hands upon the land as far as the circuit of the earth, their hearts confident and trusting, our plans will succeed, quote unquote. Alashia, I can't say that word. Alashia, which is Cyprus. No, Dr. Harm, I was very grateful that I already had one sitting on my bookshelf that I had completely forgot of. Again, for how many months has it been since Christmas? 5? 6? I completely just put it on my bookshelf and completely forgot that I got it. Um, so, as I described earlier, the reign of Ramses III had a lot of other problems other than the Sea Peoples. So he fought 2 other major battles. There's one in year 5 against the Nubians and the Libyans, and then there's one in year 11 against the Libyans and the Asiatics, which is a general term for Near Eastern people, but it does not appear to be Sea People related. 7. Well, this happened like 2 months ago. So yeah, it's been like 6 months. I just haven't actually picked up the book until now because I was reading another book, and I can't read 2 books at the same time. September. Do you remember the 21st night of September? So all of these battles that he is having throughout his reign, I think his reign is about 31 years. Yeah, 31 years. They are significantly weakening Egypt, both in population, in money, and honestly in trust in the pharaoh that he is going to kind of get them out of all of these battles against other people. We know that the first recorded labor strike in history happens during the 29th year of his reign. This was conducted by the workers of Deir al-Medina because they were not being provisioned. And this might also this might also have been because of famine or drought, again, because of the Hekla III eruption or all of the other things that are going on in the late Bronze Age collapse. And then obviously, Ramses III is assassinated. He's assassinated in his 31st year of his reign, the harem conspiracy. So yeah, he's struggling. He's struggle bussing. He does not have really a lot of, like, I mean, I will say, he comes out on top every single time, but think about battle after battle after battle is just slowly weakening the preserves in Egypt itself and just, like, weakening the people. So, there are, in addition to all of that other stuff that's going on, Ramses III. Yeah, war is expensive, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. So there are 3 major battles against the Sea Peoples in year 5, year 8, and year 12. So he is doing when was the other one? So he also has in the same year, in year 5, he's also battling the Nubians and the Libyans. And then in year 11, on the other side of it, he's battling the Nubians. No, the Libyans again. So he's like got Sea Peoples in the middle, and he's got Nubians and Libyans on either side of these battles, like all kind of smushed inside there. This Ramses III, yeah, I mean, I will say I can't compare him to some of the intermediate period pharaohs who we know like so little about and only ruled for like 1 or 2 years. But out of the really big ones, out of the really powerful ones, his reign is pretty chaotic. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on in his reign. Obviously with his assassination at the end of it is like definitely, but I won't say he endured the most because there are so many pharaohs. Senkeneri Tau, he gets murdered at war, and then Kamos gets murdered at war, and then Amos is able to defeat them. So like it's very hard to say who suffered the most. So I really wanted to distinguish the 3 different battles. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the sources don't distinguish them, and so I had a lot of trouble how to distinguish what is going on in each of these battles. And 2 of them get fancy names. Like 2 of them get the Battle of the Delta and the Battle of Jahay. But I had a lot of trouble identifying which one occurred in which year, because most of the sources I was looking at don't agree on a date. But again, it's year 5, year 8, and year 12, so they should agree on a date, but they don't really do it. So I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the Battle of year 5 is the Battle of the Nile Delta. This occurs on the... No. I don't believe so, but the thing is, the Sea Peoples exist after this point. There's the Egyptians defeating the Sea Peoples does not end the Sea Peoples. The Sea Peoples are still existing afterwards. There's no ending, quote unquote, of the Sea Peoples. I will mention that now. This is just stopping them in Egypt, is this particular battle. So I think the Battle of the Nile Delta is year 5. Will not confirm or deny. Hi, Harusakamon. Sea Peoples with an S-E-A. Are they still an issue today? No. Thank God. They eventually do end, just not this battle. So this one occurs on the Eastern Nile Delta and on the eastern border with modern Syria. So half of this battle is apparently a sea battle and half is a land battle. And this is where it gets really confusing, is that like the source I found said that the year 5 battle was half land and half sea. So obviously only the sea part would be the one called the Battle of the Nile Delta. But the other problem is that the Battle of Jehé is on land. So is that the land portion of this year battle? It's like really annoying. But I digress. It seems like there was a battle that was going on in 2 different places, possibly the same time, possibly the same year, possibly not the same year. I don't know. The major 2 Sea People groups that are mentioned are the Peliset and the Tajeker. Though the full list of the Sea Peoples... Ivan! Welcome on in!
Lord of the Crown, King of the South and
Welcome
North,
on in, Ivan!
Son of Brave.
What are y'all doing? Hi, Sea Peoples! Welcome on in. I hope you're here to see people. We are looking at people. Oh my god, and Ludo! Ah! Ah! Double raid, like, immediately. Were you guys talking to each other? Ah! It's happening again!
Lord of the Crown, King of the South and North, Son of Brave.
Oh my god, guys. Hi! The Sea Peoples are raiding at the same time. Oh my god. Ivan was doing a particle physics quiz. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Jenny, for the follow. Alright, I have to wait 2 minutes for the other shout out, but... Ludo was... Oh, playing Ghost of Yotai! Very cool. Thank you so much, Floofy Moon, and thank you so much, Jack Sipair, for the follow. Welcome on in, everybody. Sorry, I gotta scroll up the chat. Chat's too long. Welcome on in, everybody. Briefly, my name is MelissainDeNile. I am in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology, archaeology, and history-themed games here on Twitch, as well as give lectures, which is what we are doing tonight. We are talking about the Sea Peoples. We are specifically at the moment in our lecture, we are talking about the battles of Ramses III, which are not the first mentions of the Sea Peoples, not by far, but are the major mention of the Sea Peoples during the late Bronze Age collapse in Egypt. But welcome on in, everybody. Feel free, Ludo or Ivan, if you need to raid and rest. Absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing your followers over on in here. We're gonna see some more peoples. Thank you, Raiderpin, for the follow. Welcome on in. So you were doing a particle physics quiz, very fun. And Ludo was playing Ghost of Yotai. Yeah, Ramses the Great, like, even though his reign was very, very chaotic, he was absolutely, like, holding it together for a pretty long time, which is good. That's why they're called the sea from Southeast Asia. Yeah, I got you, Ludo. I got you, Ludo. You can trust me. I am also a history person. Ra, thank you so much. Sorry. But welcome on in, everybody. Let me see if I can actually give this shout out to Ludo History. I was reading it off of my, well, I will say, I do say Ray a lot of the times. Ra and Ray are so interchangeable in my brain. But welcome on in, everybody. When we do these lectures, either lectures or discussions on the weekends, and then all of these do get posted to my YouTube page. So even though y'all have missed the beginning of the lecture, this hopefully maybe tomorrow, at least by next week, this will be up on my YouTube page that you can watch the whole lecture in full. But I have plenty of lectures, including a guest lecture with Ludo, talking about codexes in video games. Flug. I can't even say that. Flug. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Not a problem at all. All right. I don't even know where I am, but let's check it back in. Okay. So again, the sources about the specific years that, the specific battles that Ramses III fought against the Sea Peoples are a little bit melded, at least in the research that I was able to find. I think there are I think I could have probably gone a little bit deeper to figure this out, but I will admit I didn't have the time. And so this year 5 battle might be the Battle of the Nile Delta. It might also be describing both the Battle of the Nile Delta and the Battle of Djé, because there is a land and sea battle going on at the same time. Unclear. I'm giving everyone that grain of salt that I don't know exactly what is going on during this battle. But I do believe that the Peliset and the Tujekar are 2 of the Sea Peoples that are mentioned in this battle. And apparently, though, there is a longer list, but the list is missing from the text. There's something, either the text has just not been preserved, so there appears to have been more Sea Peoples mentioned in this particular battle. From what I have gathered, it appears that the land battle happened first, with Ramses then having to quickly return to Egypt. Djé, as well as I mentioned, is a city up at the in modern day Syria, essentially is at the edge of the Egyptian border with the Hittite Empire. So closer to Kadesh. It's not all the way at Kadesh, but it's closer to there. And so they defeated the Sea Peoples in this land battle up in that area, and then Ramses had to very quickly return back to Egypt. Yes, I am not a military person. This is a military history person. This is exactly why I don't want to do the deep research to figure out exactly what is going on. That is such a great point, Remember Beards, that this is exactly why I did not. I know that I could have probably gone deeper into some crazy person who is deep dived into each of these battles, but I could not give a crap to go into more detail because I hate military history. It is one of those things that I'm just not fond of learning about. Like, I'm fine learning about like the battle and the generalities of the battle. I do not care about the really specifics of the battles. So this is making a lot more sense. Thank you for enlightening me about why I did not go into deeper research about this. This is actually really funny. No, I don't remember the dates of any battle, of any war. I couldn't tell you I literally can only tell you the general dates. 1910s for World War I, 30s to 40s for World War II, 1860s for Civil War. Yeah, I don't know dates. General dates? Why do I need to know the dates when I can Google it? This is like, why did I need to know math when I have a calculator? Yeah, I don't know when Pearl Harbor happened. I don't. And I'm not ashamed of that at all. Girl math. It's girl math if you could just Google it. No, that's even less likely that I know how many soldiers fought in a war. Absolutely not. Yeah, I'm not a war girl. I'm not a war girl. Sorry, guys. I think that is a valid. Why do I need to know the dates? I can Google it. Y'all are making fun of me, but this is a completely valid, normal historian thing that historians do not very rarely know the dates of specific things. There are not a lot of dates that I know very specifically what happened. I don't know why. I can't tell you why 1912 is the date of the Titanic sinking is like the only one that like is coming to mind that I know specifically. And I don't even really know why I know that. And 1799 is the Napoleonic campaign. I don't know any ancient Egyptian dates off the top of my head. Cannot say I do. Oh, I could not tell you the year that the pyramids were built. It's in the 3000s, but I do not know. I do not know when the pyramids were built. That's why I have my cheat sheet and that timeline cheat sheet. This is my cheat sheet. It's a timeline. Oh, I was wrong. It's not the 3000s. It's the 2000s. Hee hee. It's 20. Khufu is 2545 to 2520. I also will say, I think I should get some grace because every Egyptology source that you're going to look up has different dates. That's the problem, is that I think I was raised in Egyptology where dates are not that important because unfortunately they're so general. They're so general. So here's my thing. I did not make this cheat sheet, but I am actually going to probably make a cheat sheet. And I might put it on my merch store. I know that I'm going to make a cheat sheet for when we go on our trip to Egypt. So hi, Maddie. I was only 1,000 years off. Yeah, no big deal. I think it's because it's the 3rd dynasty. I know, and I'm ceramic battleship horizons? I don't even know what any of those words mean, Maddie. Ceramic battleship horizons? So I am not giving the tour in Egypt. Just so everyone's clear. I am not giving the tour in Egypt. Abdel is giving the tour. How many photos am I going to take on the trip? Probably more than last time. Yeah, Mark is coming. I think that's the only person in chat, although he's not in chat. I need more people on this trip, and I'm very anxious about not having enough people. Liger Driver, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Abdel is smarter than me, so there's not gonna be much correcting. Abdel has a PhD in Egyptology, so and he can read hieroglyphs much better than I can, so there's not gonna be much correcting at all. And that's why I picked Abdel for this, but it's just so expensive. I'm just regretting a lot of things. I mean, I am, but I'm not in the sciencey archaeology side most of the time. I don't think I have an Egyptian boat video. They used oars and sails at the same time. Am I able to raw dog hieroglyphs? No, not really. Where ceramic are more found at their most popular, but get smaller as they run it. Oh, so it's like relative dating with it's like relative dating with Petrie's potsherds. Okay, I think I've definitely heard of that. I just never have heard it in that phrase before. But again, I've never excavated in Egypt, so you're not banned from Egypt. You're more than welcome. If only I could get free tickets for everyone. I wish. I wish. It would be really fun for you all to come with. Oh. Dapper, I think I know the reason why, but I also... That's not... Oh, actually, that's a separate thing. I don't know. Maybe. That's not what I expected. But I don't know. Maybe. Who the heck knows nowadays? I've so lost my place. Okay. So there was apparently a land battle that happened first. Ramses is in this area, wherever there's this land battle. He comes back down, has to return to Egypt very quickly. He then enticed the sea peoples and their ships to the mouth of the Nile, where he had assembled his fleet for an ambush. There were also archers lining the shores of the Nile Delta, and his ships were cutting them off from one side. So many of these sea people's ships were overturned, many of them were killed, or they were captured. So there is a quotation from the text saying, "Those who reached my boundary, their seed is not. Their hearts and their souls are finished forever and ever. As for those who had assembled before them on the sea, the full flame was their front before the harbor mouths, and a wall of metal upon the shore surrounded them. They were dragged, overturned, and laid low upon the beach, slain and made heaps from stern to bow of their galleys, while all their things were cast upon the water." Yeah, he enticed the sea peoples. So the Egyptians do win in this case, and this is one of the only times that any group is being able to defeat the sea peoples, where the sea peoples have not won or have not at least destroyed a very large settlement. So then you get over to the year 8 battle. I think this is the one that they are calling the Battle of Dejai. So this campaign is recorded on the inner northwest panel of the first court of Medinet Habu. It is also the best recorded of all of the battles. Now, Dejai is not a city. I said it was a city before, but I'm wrong. Dejai is not a city. It is an area of the southern Retjenu, which are both terms for the ancient Egyptian, that the ancient Egyptians used for the wider Syria area. So modern day Syria was called both Dejai or called Retjenu. Retjenu also is a term that is given to the people of that time, of that area. So you do also get like, a lot of people say the Hyksos may have been Retjenu because they're coming from this northern Syria area. The area is around Ashkelon in modern Israel to modern Lebanon, and then as far inland as Galilee. Those are some of the areas that that is included in this, in just the southern edge of this section. And again, now this is making me think that maybe this is the land battle that is occurring in year 5. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. This could have just been 2 battles in the same location, but again, I'm having trouble with the sources to tell me specifically where this is happening. So we do know that prior to this battle in year 8, the Sea Peoples had apparently sacked the Hittite vassal state of Amurru. This is close to the border of the Egyptian Empire out over in the Levant. So Ramses expects something to happen, and it is quoted on his temple that, quote, "I equipped my frontier in Dejai, prepared before them." So he's expecting that something is going to happen now that the Sea Peoples have taken that city of Amurru, or that state of Amurru, and so he's prepping the border in that area for a battle. He also says, quote, "The Egyptian charioteers were warriors, and all good officers ready of hand. Their horses were quivering in their every limb, ready to crush the foreign countries under their feet. Those who reach my boundary, their seed is not, their heart and soul are finished forever and ever." So the groups that are the Sea People groups that are fighting against the Egyptians in this case are the Peliset, the Tejeker, the Selkalesh, the Dayen, and the Weshesh. They are also defeated in battle in this case as well. Now, the year 12 battle, unfortunately, this one doesn't have that specific name. It is attested on the Sud stela, which I'm not sure is found on... Oh, sorry. Sud, the South Stela. Sud is French for south. So it's found on the South Stela, which is found on the south side of the Temple of Medinet Habu. And unfortunately, the text I found really little info about this text in particular, but it apparently mentions battles with the Tejeker, the Peliset, the Denyen, the Weshesh, and the Selkalesh, again in year 12. There is also a papyrus that dates to the time of Ramses III, called Papyrus Harris I. This is actually found behind the Temple of Medinet Habu, and the text here suggests a wider campaign against the Sea Peoples. It's technically undated, but because it's talking about the Sea Peoples and it's found in Medinet Habu, more than likely it is dating to this time period. One line of this text says, "I slew the Denyen in their isles," and that he burned the Tejeker and Peliset. So this actually implies that rather than the Sea Peoples coming to Egypt to fight or coming to the Egyptian border and fighting, that Ramses III did his own maritime raids against the sites of these Sea Peoples. All in all, every battle that the Sea Peoples tried to wage on Ramses III, they were defeated. And that is Isles, first one, the islands. It is historians. They are not called the Sea Peoples. They are called by these specific group names. I can't remember, you may have missed that, but Emmanuel de Rouge in 1885 coined the people of the sea, the Sea Peoples. While the Sea Peoples term is not mentioned in a lot of these texts that I've mentioned, like I think the Ugaritic text was the one, it said the people from the islands or the people on the boats. And so they're not only the imagery is showing people on boats, but also the texts are implying that they are on boats. But the actual Sea Peoples term does not come from historians. Not against the Sea Peoples, he does not. I think he defeats the Libyans and the Nubians. So I don't know. Granted, we also know that pharaohs don't really often brag about when they lose. So there's a possibility. He obviously lost the battle against the assassins, which is not the same thing, but he did die. So this definitely proves that Ramses III was a very powerful person and was a very good military person. But this also severely weakened himself and his kingdom, and the kingdom suffered really from all of these consecutive battles. But they do come out on top of this late Bronze Age collapse. They are, minus the Assyrians and some of the Cypriots from Cyprus, they are some of the only cultures that are really surviving. And like by surviving, I mean not getting fully destroyed. They're not doing great, but they are surviving. Yeah, it's hard to judge if the Egyptians actually won anything, for sure. So the last documentary source we're going to talk about dates to after the late Bronze Age collapse, not by far, around 1100 BCE. So this is the end of the 22nd dynasty during the Third Intermediate period. Technically, again, this is after the late Bronze Age collapse, but this is a really important source because it shows quote unquote the survival of some of these sea peoples. It shows us that they were not necessarily wiped out, although not every group is mentioned on this text in particular. This is something called the onomasticon of Amen Nope. Amen M Ope. Ope. Oh, I don't know why that is the one freaking name in Egyptian that I cannot say. So the onomasticon of Amen Nope or Amen M Epet is this very fascinating, I had to do a lot of research on this because I had never heard of this document before, but it is a compilation text where essentially it is a administrative or literary list of 610 entities. It's not necessarily a glossary of words, but what it is a list names and other categories, which I was supposed to put on this slide. I'm gonna copy it here because I don't want to. Nope. I don't want to have to read these out. Oh God. We're editing live. Oh my God, why? I don't understand why this is like this, but oh my God, move. Okay. Okay, so there is an introductory heading. There is sky and water and earth. There are persons, courts, offices, occupations. There are classes, tribes, and types of human beings. There are towns of Egypt. There are buildings, their parts, their types of land. There is agricultural land, cereal, and their products. There is beverages. There's literally 20 different beverages listed, which is kind of funny. And then there are parts of an ox and kinds of meat. In the section labeled classes, tribes, and types of human beings, a few of these sea people's names are mentioned. No, they don't have Pepsi. They are only Coke products, unfortunately. The Sheridan is line 268, Tejeker is line 269, and Peliset is line 270. So 3 of them are mentioned in these types of human beings, types of people. I'm going to snooze this so that I can finish this section. But then, when you look in the section of the towns of Egypt, there are actually 6 place names that are followed by one of the names of the sea peoples. So 4 of these are the Philistia, 4 of these are listed after Philistia, which is in the southern Levant. So that's a city, Philistia in the southern Levant. There are 4 of these sea people's names mentioned after this town. What this is actually implying is that these groups are living in those cities. It might be the case that these groups of the sea peoples were captured and they were moved to these cities by the Egyptians, because most of these cities are within the Egyptian borders at the time. It also could be that the rest of the sea peoples, after being defeated, who weren't killed, were settled in these cities. But it shows their existence after the battles of Ramses III, showing that not every group is going to be wiped out by Ramses III or by the late Bronze Age collapse. Not every group, again, like there's some groups that are not mentioned in these, but yeah, it's kind of how they sort of do that. It would not be crazy if they had a cola plant. All right. Any questions so far? Because now we're going to get into the actual groups that I've been mentioning this entire time and just giving a little bit of their more details and stuff. It does sound like the Necronomicon, the Onomasticon. I don't know why that is called that. No, Sea Peoples does not stand for Southeast Asian people, Arasakaman. Somebody else made that joke earlier, which I had never heard before, but that's pretty funny. So, we're gonna have an ad in a little bit, but I'll keep going for now. Okay. So now that we've talked about all the documentary sources, let's talk about the groups that we are identifying with the Sea Peoples, and if we can connect those names. Remember, they're Egyptian names. They're not going to probably reflect their actual name that we're talking about. So, like, can we connect that name with an actual group of people that we know about from other sources than these? We always have sort of known within the Egyptological community that these are separate communities that are either seafaring peoples that are either working together or taking advantage of the weaknesses of these different nations at this time period. Although the general public sometimes is like, they have to have that answer, this one answer for the Sea Peoples. It is not that simple, unfortunately. It's a little bit more nuanced. It's a little bit more complicated. And some of these groups are much more active than others. And there are still questions about, like, okay, who are these peoples? You'll see as we go on that some of them have 4 or 5 locations of potentially where they came from. Some only have one. Some we really don't know at all. And then there is a little bit of nuance that you kind of have to give with these groups because we know very, very little about them outside of these battles and these attacks. So after the ad, we will talk about the first group. Any questions? I think I've answered all the ones so far. Kind of have to pee, but I think we can wait. Maybe. Don't make me drink more water when I said I have to pee. Yes, the Peloponnesian War may have affected some stuff, but the Peloponnesian War is also happening much later than the Sea Peoples. So it has nothing to do with the Sea Peoples. But, like, yeah, the Peloponnesian War would always potentially affect other, like, trade and stuff. I just don't think it affects Egypt as much as it's affecting the other areas. But we said the Peloponnesian War is the 400s or something. We're at least 1,000 years we're about 500 years before that. I'm gonna wait till the actual ad starts and then I will go to the bathroom. But yes, I will go to the bathroom. But yeah, it's not much longer. We still might end it. I have a bladder of steel because I used to go to Girl Scout camp and I hated peeing in the latrine, and so I have learned to hold my bladder for a pretty long time, and I don't drink a lot of water, so I don't have to pee a lot. But yeah, I didn't want to pee in latrines in Girl Scout camp, so I could hold it for like 8 hours if need be. I'll be back.
Run.
I'm very confused why this one part of my lipstick won't stay where it's supposed to stay. I'll answer that question addicted in a second. Correct, friend at arms. Hi! I don't want to eat a lot of corn nuts, but I'm going to eat like a few. Just need like something salty. Unfortunately, when I went to the dentist, now it kind of hurts to crunch. So much going on. Hi, T-Time Cat! I would also take something sweet, but something salty right now would also taste very good. Okay, we back. I'm doing okay. I'm a little sleepy. I don't know why I'm so sweaty. My hair is just not surviving this lecture, which is not great because I have to film some videos tomorrow, but I'll have to survive. So yes, I don't know which Roman wars you are referring to because I'm sure there are Roman wars after, but the entire, yes, there was a lovely infographic that came out that about 80% of the United States is currently feeling the same humidity that's in the Amazon, and I am in it. It's so hot outside. It's just so humid. So yeah, I'm not sure about which Roman wars you're specifically talking about, but the entire end of ancient Egypt as we know it is because of the Romans. So that Roman war, if it's qualified as a war, I again don't know Roman history, but the end, Cleopatra, Julius Caesar, Cleopatra, and Mark Antony, that is all because of Rome, and that is the end of what most people will consider ancient Egypt. After that point, Egypt is part of the Roman Empire, so yes, they are getting affected by anything that's going on in Rome, but they are part of Rome at the same time. Yeah, so England burns. That's what my friend says. She's in Scotland right now. Okay, so the first group we're going to talk about is the Luca people. We've mentioned quite a few times in a lot of these different sources. I will note that if I do not have a confirmed image, like if they are being labeled as the Luca people in any of these images, I'm going to show this photo on the slide. So this is not a confirmed image of the Luca people. They might be included. As you can see, each one of these people is depicted very differently. But yeah. Yes, thank you, friend at arms. But you are right, not my specialty. I know the very basics of it, but yes. Yeah, artist representation. This is from an actual Egyptian site. It's just not specifically labeled as a specific group of the Sea Peoples. So we believe this group is most likely from southwest Anatolia on the Turkish peninsula in sort of this small little kind of area down here that's labeled as Luca. It's really hard to pin down how much of this area they're actually located in. And this is an area called Lycia, as part of like the Turkish peninsula. So they're associated with this group of Lycia. So then sometimes they are called the Lycians. Constantinople is up here in the little gap between it. So Yes. Also, Troy is somewhere over here. I don't know where Troy is. But yeah, Constantinople's up there at the top. But it didn't exist at this time. And I actually don't even know if... I don't know when Constantinople was founded. I feel like there was probably some tiny little thing in that area, but... Wilusa is Troy? Okay. I was not sure, but I always thought Troy was a little bit more in the middle, but I am, again, not a Greek person, not a Roman person. Yeah, I know it's named after Constantine, so I'm wondering if there was a thing before Constantinople. But I feel like there had to have been a city or some sort of settlement that was smaller, but then, like, just because this is a very popular area, it's very on the coast, it's a very... Obviously, it has that difference between the Black Sea and the Aegean / Mediterranean and stuff. So I feel like there probably was an area above. Oh, of course, it was Byzantium. I forgot it. I was sitting there and I was like, I thought there was a third name for it. It's Byzantium. You're right. I do think the Romans founded it. But yeah, I forgot it is Byzantium first. 7th century BCE, and then Roman Emperor Constantine I renames it as Constantine in 2000s or 200s. But yeah, I hate to say it, if you look at every major city in the world almost, they're either on the coast or they're on a river. Like, very rarely are you going to find like a very important capital city. Like, I'm sure there are definitely some of these, but in a lot of places in Europe, a lot of places in America, it is on a coast or it's on a river. And so if you don't take advantage of that location, it's honestly an oddity for you not to settle something over there. So one of the earliest mentions of the Luca is again in those Amarna letters, where they are raiding the island of Cyprus, which makes sense. Look, here's Cyprus. They are relatively close in area. And they are also mentioned in the Hittite treaty with the king of Wilusa, up here where Troy is. His name is Alexandu, and this treaty was written in 1280 BCE. And it says, quote, concerning army and territory, the agreement with you will be as follows. If my son campaigns in the direction of those lands, either towards Gargissa, I don't know, that's not on the map, or Massa, oh no, Massa's here, or Lucca, or Warsilyala, you two will campaign with me, together with your infantry and territory. Or if I dispatch an officer in the direction of these lands to go on and campaign, you will campaign there with him too. So this is the Hittites making a treaty with the Wilusa, potentially saying, hey, if I need to go and attack these people here in the Massa or here down in Lucca, you will join with me and stuff. So these are two different groups. Remember, the Hittites are sort of off on the western half of this picture. And so they are going back and forth. What I want to be clear, Addicted, what do you mean by influence? Because there's a lot of versions that I can say yes, but I'm not sure what you mean by influence in all these questions. Nova Roma? Wow. Oh, New Rome. I'm dumb. I forgot what Nova means for a second. Yeah, the Bronze Age, they were definitely Bronze Age main villains. Hittites were definitely, like, going around. I don't know what you mean by influence, Addicted. I don't know. Are you talking art? Are you talking, like, that they are working with them? I'm not really sure what you mean by influence, like, truly. I've sort of been skirting around it, like, saying, like, but I'm not sure, like, are you talking about treaties? Are you talking about... Yeah, so there's a lot of mixing between the Near East and stuff, and, like, there are... But like a lot of them are also enemies at a lot of times. So like the Hittites and the Egyptians are enemies for a decent amount of time, but there is absolutely like cultural mixing of like some ideas and stories and board games. There's the board game, the game of 20 squares is technically the board game of and that comes from Mesopotamia. So like all of these groups are always talking and always trading together. There's really no group that's not talking to each other, to be honest. It depends on the time period. Sometimes this is less, sometimes this is more, but like these cultures are all talking to each other in different ways. Influence, I think, is such a bigger word of like, are they influencing? Are they making changes to these cultures? And that is like a completely different conversation. Yeah, so influence is just something that I can't really, I'm having trouble defining what you mean, and I can't really suss that out, sort of. No, it's okay. I'm just having trouble, like, really pinning down what you mean. Like, there are absolutely little motifs that are going through. There are board games that are being passed around. Cypriot pottery and Levantine pottery are found in Egypt all the time. But that's just trade. I don't know, like, influence feels more powerful, if that makes sense. Yeah. I think that's like what I'm trying to get at. So the Luca definitely have a complicated relationship with the Hittites because that text in particular implies that the Hittites might have to go and battle the Luca and that they're enemies of the Hittites. But by 1274 BCE, so very shortly after, literally, 6 years later, some of the Luca people were fighting with the Hittites against Egypt in the Battle of Kadesh. And then 100 years later, the Luca are fighting against the Hittites again, but with King Suppiluliuma II trying his best taking them down. Unfortunately, that didn't work out, and this is one of the main reasons that the Hittite Empire fell. So they're very back and forth, and again, implies a couple different things. It tells us that the group was really not super unified kingdom. They are possibly a very nomadic group, and it definitely implies that they are more as mercenaries, working for whoever will pay them the best. So this group is often labeled as these raiders, these rebels, pirates, doing whatever they please, as best as they can. Yeah, I'm sorry, Addicted. It's so hard to define what you're trying to say, and I don't know how to. I don't. The war affects everybody, and so that's like I just don't understand how to answer that question for you. I apologize. The next group we'll talk about is the Peliset. And this is one of these Sea People groups that has a very strong connection with a later group that we know about from other archaeological evidence. And so the Peliset in general have been identified with the Philistines. Technically, the Egyptian name for the Peliset is the Purasati, technically, but Peliset appears in other mentions, in other texts and such. You don't have to shut up. I'm just telling you that word influence, if you can find a better way to describe it, I can try my best, but using that word influence is not helping my brain figure out what you're trying to mean. You do not have to shut up, but I'm just struggling with trying to answer that question. So we know about the Peliset. They are mentioned in the Battle of the Delta, but essentially they're only really recorded in 5 sources. Most of these are the ones that we have actually talked about before, prior to this, but there's actually 2 more times that they are mentioned, of ones that I have not talked about. So they are recorded first on the Medinet Habu for the Battle of the Delta, with the inscriptions dating to around 1150 BCE. So this is the Battle of Ramses III. They are also mentioned on the Papyrus Harris I, which is that papyrus that we believe is Ramses III saying that they were, quote, made to ashes. Yes, because I can't read all your text all together. I'm reading them. I'm just not saying them out loud. So the Papyrus Harris one implies that Ramses the Great is taking down these, is actually going out and actively raiding these Sea Peoples groups, and so the Peliset are one of those. Also dates to around 1150 BCE. They are also mentioned on something called the rhetorical stela to Ramses III in Chapel C of Deir al-Medina. This also dates to around 15... Why am I saying 1550? It's not 1550. It's 1150. I typed all the wrong numbers. Can't be 1550. 1550 is too long ago. I do not know Addicted, but I do believe that the Crusades of Jerusalem are in the medieval period. I don't know when the Crusades of Jerusalem are, but I don't believe that they are in ancient times at all. I'm not sure. I am not there yet, Otto. I'm not sure. I'm not there yet. I was gonna say, if you're talking about the Crusades, that's the 1200s CE. Yeah, that's like very, very later. No, the Egyptians are not a thing. The Egyptians are probably the Ottoman Empire, maybe. I don't even know. Maybe. Also, I don't even know if when Jerusalem is a thing. I don't even know that date either. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything except this lecture. Okay, so besides the Medinet Habu inscription and Papyrus Harris 1, they are mentioned on something called the rhetorical stela to Ramses III, which is in Chapel C in Deir al-Medina. This also dates to 1150 BCE, and this specifically is not one of the sources I mainly mentioned because it was something that I came across later and I haven't really found a translation for it. Then we also know that they are mentioned in the Onomasticon of Amenhotep, dating to around 1000 BCE, so about 150 years later. And finally, they are also mentioned on something called the statue of Padi Set. Padi Set was a vizier in the Third Intermediate Period. Now, the statue was originally made in the Middle Kingdom, but then it was reinscribed in the Third Intermediate Period. And Padi Set is given the title of Envoy of Canaan and Peliset. I don't know how Canaan is spelled, don't ask me. I don't know if it's actually saying Canaan or if it says a different word and we are reinterpreting that as Canaan. Don't ask me. I don't know. You can look that up. So, although scholars have identified Peliset with the later Philistines, they don't really agree where they originally came from. And that's because the Philistines date to after the Late Bronze Age collapse. So we're talking about where do they come from before the Late Bronze Age collapse. It's usually agreed that they come somewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean. There are some older sources that identify them with a group called the Pelasgians, which was a term used by classical authors to refer to the predecessors of the Greeks. And pretty much this has only been proven because of, they only say this because of the phonetic sounds are similar. And historian Jan Dressen argues that they could have been the inhabitants of the city of Phyla on Cyprus. And that the migration of the Peliset people could be linked with the occupation and abandonment of the city, which occurs around the exact same time as the battles of Ramses III. So that is I think I actually kind of like that theory that they're coming from the city of Pila in Cyprus. And remember, Cyprus doesn't really get destroyed. Cyprus actually is doing decent. Some sites get abandoned and some sites on other parts of the island are doing great during this time period. Now, we don't really know a lot about the Philistines, and honestly, I don't know very much at all. And so I think this is relatively plausible that they later become the Philistines. The Philistines are peoples that are living along the south coast of the Levant in the Iron Age. Cyprus is the island. Yeah, it's a big island. Not Sicily in Italy. Cyprus is up. Where's the map? That's Cyprus down here. I need a better map. Cyprus is here. This is Cyprus. Whoop. No, the Hittite Empire does not become Egypt. I believe Babylonians or Assyrians take it over, and other groups. I don't know exactly who takes it over, but it's not Egyptians. They're pretty close to Egypt. They're closer to Turkey than they are Egypt, but they're relatively close. And it's called Cypriot pottery. Cypriot pottery is found all throughout Egypt for a long, long time. But as I said, it was called Analashia. Analashia is what the group that live on Cyprus were called historically. So the Philistines are living in this south coast of the Levant in the Iron Age, so after the Bronze Age collapse. There was already talk that they might have been a migrant Greek group that settled there around the Bronze Age collapse. Like, that was already sort of a theory about the Philistines, because there were things that were in their in their archaeological record that were different than some of these other groups living in this area. And if this sounds familiar, if you look back at the onomasticon of Amenhotep, the Peliset are listed after cities that are all here in the southern Levant. So signs point this to be a correct identification. And I do not know, it was that Freya who asked that, I do not know if Philistine equals Palestine. I'm assuming it does. It sounds like it does, but I'm not a linguist, but I think it does. I think that is an identification. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure, but I was pretty sure. But yeah, so it is, I will say, so the area where the Philistines settled is where modern Palestine is. I don't know if the words are connected, but the area absolutely is where modern Palestine, because Gaza is here. Yeah, absolutely. I do not know that, Addicted. I don't know enough about the Philistines, and I did not look up that. I don't even know if we know that. Yes, lots of pots. One thing I'm also going to mention is that not every Sea People group is going to have a distinctive look in their depictions. The Peliset do, as you can see from these images here. So the Peliset are typically wearing these helmets with this wide feather plume on top of it. There's a strap that goes underneath the chin. In some cases, they are wearing a chest plate or something called a corselet on top. And then are often wearing this kilt with this 4 square pattern. And it's also, I didn't have a picture of it. There's something that trails off of their kilts. That's this like tie with these 3 little strings coming off in the center. And so this is very common what their outfits are being, how they are being depicted. Again, it's Egyptian imagery. It does not necessarily mean it's accurate, but because they are depicting a lot of these peoples very specifically, like very differently, there's a high chance that there's some sort of, at least it's some guesstimation of what these peoples dressed as. Read those candy pulls. So next is going to be the Weshesh people. Again, we don't have an image associated with them, so this is a general image of the Sea Peoples. The Weshesh is only found in documents related to Ramses III, mostly on the second pylon of his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu and on Papyrus Harris I. So they are camped with the Peliset, Tejeker, Sheridan, and Dayen in Amaru in Syria for that battle. This one's harder to identify. Obviously, they only are associated for that time. Who knows if they existed earlier or if this is a later group that is emerging during the late Bronze Age collapse. It's unclear. And because this is one of the really lesser known ones, So in 1872, Francois Chabas said that they could have been the Ossicans, which is a people in the southern section of the Italic Peninsula, so the very end of Italy. In 1873, Gaston Maspero connected them with a western Anatolian city of Wassos, also called Iassos. And in 1922, Henry R. Hall proposed the Waxioi people of Crete. So three completely different, Italy, Greece, and Western Anatolia. Three options for that. And again, a lot of them is addicted. A lot of this is based on their name. Yes, all of this is speculation. I'm going to be so honest. All of this is speculation. Some of this has better evidence. A lot of this is speculation. A lot of what I've noticed is that the connections with contemporary peoples is based on the names. So it's based on, again, like the Wassos is the ancient city, the Anatolian city, and so the Egyptian translation of their name is the Weshesh. Who knows? Maybe. But yeah, much of this is speculation. All of archaeology is kind of technically speculation with some evidence based on it. But we don't have any specific imagery associated with the Weshesh. This is the Karkia or the Karkissa. They have two different names. Sorry, Harasaka one. Funny, she doesn't look Jewish. Druish. Hi. We're almost there. We still got a couple more peoples to talk about. Your last weekend bar night. You're coming back soon. So, y'all are never gonna let me live that down. I thought that was an interesting fact, and y'all are taking advantage. And y'all can explain it to him in the comments. I'm not explaining it again. I'm so excited for the new Spaceballs. Very excited. So, this group, the Karakia and the... You're fine, Addicted. You were not asking dumb questions. I used to say there are no dumb questions, and then somebody asked if the coral that we have on display in our museum is alive. Yeah, that was a dumb question. It's not in a tank. It's just sitting there on a table. It is definitely dead. So I used to say there are no dumb questions. There are most questions are not dumb questions. There are absolutely some dumb questions out there in the world, but none of those are dumb questions. No, this is all of your questions are in the pursuit of learning, which for the most part, I literally just said no to this lady and she just shrugged it off like I didn't glare at her and look at her like I was an idiot. Yeah, there are a good amount. But yeah, if you're in the pursuit of learning, most of them are unfortunately not unfortunately dumb. So the Karakia or the Karakissa, we believe they are also from Anatolia area, possibly the southwestern half, so closer to kind of where the Luca are. These have been potentially identified as the ancestors of a later group called the Carians, who lived in an area called Caria in Anatolia. And again, most of these identifications are due to similar words in the different languages. Connection is not a clean one, and we obviously don't have a depiction of them. I would like to look into the Carians a little bit more because they're very interesting and they actually have their own language called Carian. So I want to look into them a little bit more. It appears that we do know that this group was governed by a council of chiefs rather than one king. So they themselves are not even one unified group. And you will see this as a trend with other sea peoples groups, is that like they're even just themselves are small coalition of nomadic groups. And so then when the sea people groups are getting together, it is a coalition of groups. Like, I mean, all packed in together. So it gets like very complicated. We do know that the Karakissa do fight with the Hittites in the Battle of Kadesh, probably as hired mercenaries. The Sekelesh, we also don't have a picture of these. These more literally are the Shak Rusha'a or the Sha'ak Rusha'a. Again, different translations, different ways that people are saying it can mess up how they're read in English, if that makes sense. So the Sekelesh are first appearing in the Great Karnak inscription describing Merin Ptah's campaign in Libya as they were fighting alongside Libya against Merin Ptah. And Merin Ptah recounts that he killed between 200 and 222 of the Sekelesh. I love the specific numbers that the Egyptians often put when they're talking about how many people they killed, because you could think that they just lied, but the numbers are so specific. And again, they would count the numbers by how many hands they had. And I just kind of love that they like say these very specific numbers, and I sort of believe that they might be actually true in some cases. Not in all cases, but in some cases. Then the Sekelesh are also mentioned in the accounts of Ramses III about 30 years later. And they are camping up in Amaru with the 4 other groups of the Sea Peoples. And Ramses III claims to have vanquished these groups, killing and imprisoning most of them. Yeah, it's like they absolutely are proud about how many they killed. And I think there's something interesting about, like, yes, they're actually like counting the correct number. Hands or penises are correct. Yeah, you don't know which one they're doing. No, so they only cut off the right hand. I thought I mentioned that earlier, but oh no, actually, Otto, if you missed the penis talk, they cut off either the penis or the right hand. So it said if it was uncircumcised, they cut off the penis. If it was circumcised, they cut off the hand. And it's usually always the right hand, I think. Am I holding up my right hand? I'm not. I'm holding up my left hand. But yeah, so they're counting. Okay, yeah. So sorry, I may have not mentioned that it was the right hand specifically that they're cutting off. And they did this in other battles. Absolutely. Very true, actually. Yeah, if you that is absolutely true, Remember Beards, that if you I do believe we know that with Egypt is that if you brought back all of the hands of the people you killed, you could potentially get a higher reward, like payment. I do actually think that is true. We're only saying men because we're talking about war. Women were not fighting in this case. They would have just captured any women or children. No, Tutankhamun had a penis. Everyone thinks he doesn't, but he did. There's a picture of it. Just fell off, unfortunately. I think you guys were down the penis shopping rabbit hole. Oh my goodness. Hello! Another raid. This is so many raids. You came in at a weird time. Hello. I was gonna say, right when we come back to the penis talk, of course. Oh my gosh. Hello. Welcome on in. Oh, are you doing it for me? Thank you. I was doing it the full time. Thank you, Jonathan's Gamecast. Welcome on in. What are you playing? Oh, you're playing RimWorld. How is that? We're not talking about Tutankhamun's dick. We're not. We're talking about war. Oh my god. I was gonna say, yeah, you actually have a mod. I actually have a mod right now. But welcome on in. we are talking about the sea peoples. No, I need to do my intro. My name is MelissainDeNile. I am in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology, archaeology themed games here on Twitch, as well as doing lectures and discussions, which is what we are doing today. We are talking about the sea peoples today, and specifically, we did mention that there is a document that talks about how people were they cut off of the dead, they cut off uncircumcised penises, and if you were circumcised, they cut off your right hand. But welcome on in, Jonathan. Thank you so much. Gamecast. Do that one. But yeah, so I was gonna say, this is the fourth one, but we got 2 raids that happened within 5 seconds of each other from Ludo and Ivan, which were completely not prepared at all. So that was, yeah, so this is, I think, 4. But we're sort of at the tail end of our lecture. I do post all of my lectures over on YouTube, and we do also do guest lectures throughout the month as well. And those are also all over on my YouTube and such. That was last stream, I think, Addicted. But yes, we were talking about this. We were talking about this on Thursday about how long bones detach from each other, how long ligaments. It depends on decomp, but you woke up to that. That's funny. But yeah, it varies a lot because it's based on decomp, but they don't stay together. But we are talking about the sea peoples. We've gone through all the documented sources we have for them. We've gone through a historiography of how they've been studied over time. And now we're going through the individually named groups and who Egyptologists have been able to try to identify with other groups, whether that is prior to the Late Bronze Age collapse or after the Late Bronze Age collapse. Honestly, Unibuni, I don't know, because that was the first time I'd ever read that, so I don't know why they would separate circumcised and uncircumcised. Like, I don't know what they have against that, but they did, apparently. But Jonathan, if you need to raid and rest, absolutely take your time. Thank you so much for bringing everybody over here. And I hope you have a great rest of your night. We, again, are sort of wrapping up, but we still got a couple more groups that we're going to talk about. I remember how I said we weren't going to end at midnight. At this point, we might end at midnight. So right now we're talking about the Selkalesh. And so these are... If I put this image up, it means we don't have a specific image that is labeling them as the Selkalesh, but they could be one of these groups. And so we know that they were fighting against, alongside Libya, against Egypt and Meron Ptah during his campaign. And then they're also mentioned in Ramses III accounts as they're camped up in Amaru with the Sea Peoples groups. Now, in 1867, when Emmanuel Derouge is first writing about the Sea Peoples, he originally identifies the Selkalesh with peoples living on the island of Sicily. Dapper, this is what you were mentioning earlier. And mostly he bases this again off the similarity of names, Sicily, Selkalesh. Egyptologist Francois Chabas agrees on this identification in 1872, but in 1873, Gaston Maspero disputes this and says that the Selkalesh comes from Anatolia, specifically an ancient city called Sagalassos, which is in the southwest peninsula of the Anatolian Peninsula. Again, this is close to the Luca. It's close to the other groups, what was the last group we talked about? Potentially the Karakia, again, like looking for like these, a lot of these are coming from Anatolia, a lot of these are coming from the southwest of Anatolia. But in 1928, Edward Meyer proposed that they were the same as a group called the Seychelles. I'm not pronouncing that right. Sicels. Seychelles. And these are one of the 3 major groups who are living on the island of Sicily at that time. Specifically, they are occupying about the eastern half of the island. We will talk about this group again because they have also been identified with a separate Sea People group. So this is like a touch and go kind of thing, where maybe they're the same, maybe they're different. They've also been identified with a group called the Shikayayu, which is a group mentioned by the Hittite king fuck this guy's name. Sup-Uliuma II in a letter to the governor of Ugarit. In this letter, he calls the Shikala... Why are these names so complicated? Shikalayu, who he calls those people as the one who dwell or live on ships. It is heavily, heavily implied that the Hittites know a little bit about them. And then based on their name, this could imply that they were coming from an island called Shikala. Unclear where Shikala is, but maybe they were from an island at that point. Nope, not the Seychelles. Again, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody proposed that because of just why the name sounds similar at this point. Because it seems like a lot of these identifications are... yeah, Shikala is probably a Greek island. I would not... That is a high possibility, is that they are on some really small Greek island of some sort in the Aegean. All right, we still have 4 more groups to go. The Sherden are one of the more interesting groups. So these are called the Shardana or the Shardien. And they are one of the most prominent Sea Peoples groups. They are also ones that have a very distinct depiction of themselves. They are one of the earliest groups. They are mentioned in the Amarna letters, though there is some variety of the spelling of their name. In the letter from Ribhada, the mayor of Byblos, to the Egyptian pharaoh, more than likely either Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, or Tut, could be one of the 3. The Ribhada calls them the Shi-Er-Ta-Anu. Shi-Er-Ta-Anu. And that these groups are raiding the lands around the city of Byblos. So, by Mark, the big thing with the Sea Peoples that I made clear at the very, very beginning is that Egyptologists have always talked about and known that they are separate groups of people. The Sea Peoples have never been one unified group, and I feel like most of the public don't know that. And so I was kind of like, at the very beginning, I was very clear that like, we have always said that there are separate groups because these groups are all of their names are being listed as separate when you actually look at the Egyptian texts. So these are all the groups that are mentioned in the documented records that I was saying earlier. And that there is no one answer to who are the Sea Peoples. The only answer we can give to who are the Sea Peoples is that they are separate. And the thing is, some of them are defined as a coalition of different seafaring peoples, but not all of these groups are all associated for every battle that we have. We have battles that are mentioning the Sea Peoples for over 100 years, but only certain groups are mentioned. So like this group is mentioned in the Amarna letters. So they are in existence during the reign of Akhenaten, but they're also in existence during the reign of Ramses III. But some of them are only mentioned before this time. Like it's all being, they're all wish-washy. They're not all unified. More than likely they are associated with, sometimes they are mercenaries, sometimes they are privateers, sometimes they are allies. And more than often than not, they are depicted on boats, but there are plenty of land battles, so I don't know why they're really called the Sea Peoples. Because there are plenty of land battles that they are knowingly been on, but many of them are depicted on boats, and we know that they have seafaring battles. Although they don't have seafaring battles, they have coastal battles. Now that I think about it, we don't know of any battles where they are fighting ship on ship in the Med. They are fighting in the Nile Delta. They are coming up a little tributary of the Delta. They're fighting Ugarit, which is near the coast. They are not. They are peoples that are on boats, but they are not always fighting on boats. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, so we know about these guys from as early as the Amarna period. We know that they are raiding the land of Byblos. Yeah, boat adjacent people. They are also mentioned during the records of Ramses II. We know that Ramses II defeats the Sheridan people in his second year and in a battle in the Nile Delta, and then incorporates these warriors into his personal guard, or at least into his military. Again, this is fascinating to me, because I've told you guys before, I need to do more research on enslavement in Egypt and imprisonment in Egypt, because I am not sure if they are considered slaves or if they are considered prisoners, which I know have a slight difference. And it is wild to see them incorporated into a military, because to me, how could you trust them, even if they are prisoners? So I wonder if they are more being joined in and saying, I will either kill you now or I will pay you to be in my military. There's no clear yes or no, Otto. There's no, like, they don't say that they hired them. They just incorporated them into their military, and that does not claim why. Like, that's what it's implied, but we don't know. The Egyptians definitely conscripted people. They conscripted people to build the pyramids. But, like, no, it's just, the thing about it is like, nowhere in the text actually say what they are doing. Scholars are going to make assumptions based on other evidence, but I'm just trying to be clear to you guys that it is not said explicitly what they are doing. And these are the possibilities. There are absolutely people and scholars who are probably going to just jump to the conclusion that I just made, where it's like, no, they wouldn't have imprisoned them. They absolutely would have paid them, because how could you trust them? But there's not anything distinctly saying that they did that. And that is the thing that you have to you either have to look at the actual text. If you're reading or listening to, like, people talking about these topics, sometimes you actually have to look at the text to kind of confirm what's actually true and what is the scholar is making guesses, theories, hypotheses, and sometimes just jumps and leaps. So it's always, when you're talking about something that does have a textual source, you got to make sure that they're actually using that source. So this is talked about on the stela in Tanis for Ramses II. They are also then featured in the group of who are fighting against the Egyptians during the reign of Merenptah. And so they are almost in every single source that we talked about, right? Because it's Amarna letters, Ramses II, Merenptah, Ramses III. Okay, so they're not in the Ugarit letters, but they are almost in every single source that we talked about. And they're not in the Ammonasticon. But yeah, they're in a lot of these. Like, they are very prominent. They must have been an extremely large group to have survived all of these battles that they lost, to then continue to keep talking about them. No, they are on the Onomasticon of Amenhotep. They are listed supposedly settling somewhere in Canaan. So they are still mentioned. Like, they are mentioned before the late Bronze Age collapse, and they are still mentioned after. They still survived after all of this stuff. They survived. Because they are one of the big prominent groups, there's a lot of origin stories for the Sheridan. And this is mainly kind of divided in half with an Eastern and a Western origin theory. So on the Eastern side, historian Margaret Guido argues that they may have come from Ionia, which is in central Anatolia, so central Turkic peninsula. And The city of Sardis, which is on the western side of Anatolia, might actually preserve their name. It might be associated with it. Hi, Fiser, welcome on in. One of the super fascinating things is that there are weapons and armor that are similar to the ones that are depicted here with the Sheridan that have been found in this area dating to just after the Bronze Age collapse. The problem is that there's also a chance that the Sheridan could have moved to this location after being defeated by Ramses III, which would then explain the weapons and why they date to after the late Bronze Age collapse. So it might not be that they originated from there, but that they settled there afterwards. And this would also make sense because this is after the fall of the Hittite Empire, so the Hittites aren't really controlling that area anymore, so it might be fresh for the taking for a group of people. Now, on the western side of this origin theory, archaeologists like Antonio Taramelini, Massimo Pallottino, Ver Gordon Child, Giovanni Ungas believe that the Sheridan may have come from the island of Sardinia on the other side of the Italic Peninsula. Now, if this is true, this would have been one of the one group of the sea peoples that has traveled the furthest to get to the Eastern Mediterranean. And they are identified with the Nuragic culture, which is a Bronze Age culture in Sardinia. And some of the clues to this is that several arsenical, so having arsenic in the bronze, swords and daggers have been found on the island. There are also bronze statues of Nugaric warriors with a horned helmet and a round shield, which is what you see on the right. That was found in Sardinia, and the images that you see here are from Egypt, from the depictions of these peoples. They're like really good. They're really, really close. And I think this is a definite, really clean identification, in my opinion. They have also found similar swords that have been depicted in southern Corsica, so the island very right next to Sardinia. Since 2008, there's something called the Shardana Project, which is developed by the Center for Studies for Jean-Francois Champollion on Egyptology and Coptic Civilization at the University of Genoa, and this group is working on trying to make a more positive identification. Now, what is also very fascinating is this Nuragic pottery, so coming from Sardinia, has been found in Cyprus, in Crete, and in an Ugarit tomb, so all the way on the coast in the Levant, northern Levant, which also might indicate that they may have settled in a different area in the Eastern Med. So to be honest, I'm pretty happy with the identification that they came from Sardinia. They battled throughout the the late Bronze Age collapse. Who knows? Maybe they were living in Cyprus because we know that that area was thriving for a little bit, and that they possibly went back and resettled in northern Anatolia. I think that is a fairly concrete identification with these peoples. And as you can see, they have a very distinct iconography. So they are holding round shields with large spears, dirks, or swords. This is a very particular shape that has been identified as something called Na'u-2. I don't know why, I don't know who, but they identified this particular shape, which is like very long and very wide at the bottom. They are wearing these corselets and kilts. The corselet is very similar to the ones worn by the Peliset peoples. And then their helmets are what are very, very distinctive. So it is a horned helmet. It's got two horns on either side. These ones down here have chin straps as well. Well, that actually might be his beard. And then in this case, it has a circular portion that is added on top. So yeah, Sheridan are super interesting. I think they're probably one of my favorite peoples. The Denyen people have a couple different identifications. Now, there are actually essentially two groups, this group and then the next group that we're going to talk about, that have essentially been tentatively identified with the exact same group. Mainly the Greek groups that are mentioned specifically in the Homeric epics. So not the pre-Greeks, but the Mycenaean Greeks, essentially, like the Greeks of that time of what is going on in Homer's epics. So the first one that has been identified with the Greeks is the Denyen, or the Da in Iwu. And so Egyptologists believe that this group is related to the Greek Denoi. I can't even say that. Danaoi. I don't know how you say oi. I can't say it. Denoi? Danaoi, maybe? And this essentially is the ancient Egyptian, the ancient Egyptian name for the Greek mainland, which is Tanaju. So the Egyptians called the Greek mainland Tanaju. Now, I could, but I'm not going to right now. So the alternate word for Tanaju appears in the first annals of Thutmose III, which refers to the kings of Tanaju giving gifts to the Egyptian kings. So Tanaju is a fairly older name. Thutmose III is early New Kingdom, 18th dynasty. But this group has also been identified with the people of Adana in Sicilia, which is the southeastern Anatolia, or in Cyprus. So it's that sort of, again, that armpit of Turkey and Syria. They also may have been identified with this group Adana. Now, there's another alternate theory, is that the Denyen join with the Hebrews to form one of the original tribes of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel. But this is by far a minority opinion, though it is technically not far off from the theories that different sea peoples settled in the southern Levant in Canaan. But that they are directly associated with one of the 12 tribes of Israel is a little bit of a jump that there's not much really to support. And this group, apologies, Cecilia with a C. Yeah. I apologize, friend at arms, but that is exactly what it is. An area in southeastern Anatolia. And the Denyen were involved in the battles against the Egyptians during the reign of Ramses III. All right. I'm gonna snooze this in a minute. So the second group that is associated with the Greeks is the Ekwesh people. And scholars may have thought that these are the Achaeans. And this is, again, one of those words that is used by Homer to refer to the Greeks collectively. And it's also believed to come from, or at least relate to, the Hittite term of Ahahiyawa. So many words that I cannot say. And this term mainly seems to be associated with the Mycenaean Greeks, though the other term, Tanaju, can also refer to this area as well. So it's a little bit, both of these are kind of the same, kind of different. But they're both associated with Greeks. So the Ekwesh people are mentioned earlier than the Denyen people. They are mentioned in the battles of Mer and Ptah, as they were united with the Libyans. And again, of course, we're going to come back to penis talk. This text refers to them as circumcised in comparison to all the other people. What the fudge was that? I just heard something. I think my music paused, but that creeped me out.
Premium is ad-free YouTube, and
I realized there we go. I heard something and it freaked me out for a second. I was like, what the heck is that? Is there a person? Is there someone in the room? Okay, so the yeah, a mummy. Mummies are in here fooling around. So again, in this text, that this is the particular group that are fighting, that when they were after they were dead and they were trying to count them, they specifically specifically were saying that these were people were circumcised, and that is why they took their hand instead of their penis. And this is technically one point of evidence that they're not Greeks. It's not the best point of evidence against them, but it is a point of evidence that they are not the Greeks, just because it's not known that that is a practice at that time. And again, this is also a super silly thing to focus on when you're trying to identify a group, but it is a really good factoid. Like, we are not getting a lot of very specific evidence about these people, and that is a very decent fact if we can then identify with a culture that we know that they did that. Yeah. And I will say Homer also does mention a Achaean attack upon the Nile Delta in the Odyssey. Which is also why they have been assumed to be associated with the Ekwesh. But that is, again, very hard. No, it's not about that. It's about, I mean, you still die. You would just get your hands taken off. You can just get your hand chopped off. Oh my god, it's the last group. Okay, I'm gonna snooze this out again because I have 2 more snoozes. The last group that we're gonna talk about is the Tejeker. Or in Egyptian, this is the Cha-Ka-Er or the Chak-Ka-Er. And this also could be translated as Jeker as well. So in this particular picture, you have both the Tejeker and the Peliset fighting during the Battle of Jehe. So technically, I am associating the men with the feather caps as the Peliset, and the ones with the helmets and the circle on top as the Tejeker. But honestly, those are so similar to the Sheridan that I'm not really sure about the identification of this particular image. Yes, I said that, Remember Beards. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why the Ekwesh are getting associated with the Achaeans. Yeah, he's trying his best. So they appear in the Medinet Habu inscription of Ramses III in all 3 battles of years 5, 8, and 12. So they're really prominent during that time. And then one of the depictions show the Tejeker and the Peliset battling the troops during the Battle of Jehe. And then they also do continue to appear into the Iron Age. So, which is another, we didn't mention this source as well, but in the 20th dynasty of Egypt during the reign of Ramses the 11th, so the last Ramses, the Tejeker and its prince, a person named Beder, are actually mentioned in a literature story called The Story of Wenamun. And I'm going to pause that. In a very, very brief synopsis of the story, although we should kind of read it if I can find a translation. It sounds really interesting. Wenamun is a priest of Amun at Karnak Temple in Luxor. He is sent by the high priest of Amun, Herihor, who is a real person, by the way. He is a high priest of Amun that declares himself as a pharaoh, potentially. There's a lot of confusion about him. So Wenamun is sent by Herihor to the city of Byblos, so all the way over in Mesopotamia, to acquire cedar logs. Herihor. Herihor. So Wenamun is going to go make a new ship to transport the cult image of Amun, and he needs to go all the way to Byblos to get cedar planks, like very fancy cedar planks. So Wenamun eventually stops at the port of a city called Dor, D-O-R, and he meets the Tejeker prince named Beder. One of his sailors abandons the crew and steals all their silver and gold. And so Wenamun gets really pissed off, and he asks Beder to compensate him for the stolen goods because they are in Tejeker land. But technically, because the robbery occurred offshore, Prince Beder cannot do anything. So Wenamun waits for an entire year in Byblos for the new... This is very complicated, but Herihor is the high priest of Amun, but Smedes is the actual pharaoh who's ruling out of the north. And so Wenamun is sitting in Byblos waiting for the actual king Smedes to send money to repay for the robbery because they can't buy the wood because they got everything stolen. And then he's confronted by a fleet of 11 Tejeker ships. And then Wenamun tries to rob the Tejeker, but is unsuccessful, sadly. And then, on his way home to Egypt, is blown off course to Cyprus, and then is almost killed by an angry mob. And then the story ends very abruptly. And I think that is so funny because it sounds like the Odyssey to me, and it kind of makes me laugh, and I think we should try to read it if we can find a translation. I think that'd be a good discussion stream, because that's a story I'm not as familiar with. And interestingly, sorry, the music. Interestingly, this text, called The Story of Wenamun, was found in a jar where the onomasticon of Amenhotep was also found. And also, there was another papyrus called The Tale of Woe. That was, all three of those were found in a jar. And they were excavated at a site called Al-Hibah in 1890. And now this piece is in the Pushkin Museum of Fine Arts in Moscow. If somebody wants to go put that in the discussion stream suggestion channel on our Discord, I will add it to the list of potential discussion if I can find a translation. Because if I can't find a translation, that's going to be hard, but I would like to talk about it if I can find. I would like to actually read the story, the translation of the story. But somebody can go put that in the Discord. Wenamun, it's here. I like it. Why? So at the very least, on the Sea People side of it, this story just helps us confirm that the Tejeker settled in the city of Dor, which is in the southern coast of Canaan. We do know that site was destroyed in the 11th century BCE, probably due to the expansion of the Philistines. And so with this story, if the names are real, it's also the only example of a ruler or literally any named Sea People individual person named Better. He is the only person that we know like that is actually named and recorded of any Sea Peoples, technically, if it's true. I love Flan. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. I don't know why the sound alert's not working. The last thing is there are a few origin stories for the Tejeker. In some cases, they are associated with the seashells of the eastern Sicily. As I mentioned, those are also linked with the Selkalesh, so it's unclear if they are the same or if they are different. Flinders Petrie proposed that they might be linked with Zakros in eastern Crete, or they could have also been associated with a group, not Seychelles. Sea cells. I can't say that word. It just sounds like Seychelles. Sea cells by the seashore. It has also been proposed that they could be associated with the these words are the freaking worst. Teyerkree, which is a group living in northwestern Anatolia, just south of Troy. So many options. So, who are the Sea Peoples? Who the hell knows? They are... Thank you, Vev. I will absolutely be using that. Thank you very much. So, roughly, there are about 9 groups that are considered the Sea Peoples. Some are present in multiple battles, all the way from the Amarna period to Ramses III, and some appear just once or just twice. Many of these groups are not fully identified with any known group, but I only have 9. I don't know who the other 211 are, but if you tell me who they are, I'll look them up, but the Wikipedia's only got 9. So, I don't know who the other 2 are. They might just be separate spellings of the same group. I'm not sure, but I have, I mean, if you find the specific 2 that I did not mention, the 2 that are not on Wikipedia, because I just took these from Wikipedia. We don't know where all these really came from, but we can go from essentially anywhere from as far west as the islands of Corsica or Sardinia and the Levant in the east. Many are coming from Anatolia. Anatolia, it definitely seems like there are a lot of these smaller individual groups that like are either being allied or mercenaries with the Hittites and are not necessarily being absorbed into the Hittite Empire. And the question like who are the Sea Peoples is just, it's not an easy question to answer. There is no one answer. There is an extremely high chance that some of these groups are one and the same, that they have changed their name or they have joined together, they have integrated into other groups after the Egyptians wipe out them or capture half their fleets. There's entirely the possibility that these are combining groups together. And while many of these appear to have alliances with other Sea People groups, they also align themselves with the Hittites and with the Egyptians and with the Libyans, and it really just depends on the battle. It depends on what is going on in this time period. And so the best conclusion we can have is that these were seafaring groups that are still battling on land, and they are powerfully battling on land. They could be seen as mercenaries, being hired as soldiers and sailors whenever they are needed. They also could be seen as nomads who are constantly migrating and looking for new land by pillaging and destroying sites. Though I think what's really fascinating about this side of history is that those sites are mostly destroyed, but they are not immediately reoccupied. And to me, that indicates that these are more raiders and pillagers rather than a group that are looking for a new place to settle. But it doesn't mean that one of these groups is not trying to settle and one of these groups is just being a mercenary. Like, that is entirely possible. And I think the final conclusion is that the Sea Peoples were not solely responsible for the Late Bronze Age collapse. They are a symptom of the collapse, and as well as their actions being attributed to the other events happening in the collapse. Okay, so the Meshwesh are Libyans. I would not identify them as the Sea Peoples. That is a word that the Egyptians used for the Libyans, not for Sea Peoples. So that, it makes sense because obviously the Libyans and the Sea Peoples are fighting together, but Meshwesh technically is used for the Libyan people. It's used in other contexts outside of Sea Peoples. And so they may have been pillaging out of desperation or famine or drought and other things. I really hope you guys enjoyed this deep dive. This has answered a lot of my questions about the Sea Peoples. I enjoyed going through this research. I also found this image that made me laugh. We have an ad in a second, but feel free to ask any questions. Oh, I actually have the links. Oh my gosh, I have the links that I was gonna post. They're actually at the bottom. That's impressive that I saved that on this document. But yeah, I found this image of Sea Peoples, and there's like a cat and lobsters. I don't know why, but I found it on the internet and I thought it was funny. Okay, we have a break. Aww. I'm gonna put these links in here. Boop. Yes. So, one of these... I guess. What is this? Alright, I'll show these in a second. But yeah, let me just double check, but Meshwesh. Yeah. Yeah, Meshwesh is an ancient Libyan term. But I could understand why someone would say that it's a Sea People group, because the Libyans and the Sea Peoples fought with each other. So that makes more sense. That makes more sense, Otto, why somebody would say that the Meshwesh are Sea Peoples, but because they fought with them actively during Marin Ptah's reign. But yeah, they were just allies. Probably addicted. Probably. Good night, friend at arms. Have a great rest of your night. Almost done with this ad. I know. I'm gonna. Ads are not over yet. That's why I'm waiting, so that everybody can hear it. I only really talk about Egypt. I do talk about Kush sometimes in reference to Egypt, but that is not a time period or an area that I've specifically studied, and so I don't want to talk specifically about it when I don't have the background knowledge that I do about Egypt. So I talk about it in reference to Egypt, but I don't go into much detail. But thank you for the question. Work on that paper, Mark. You gotta have the paper done. Okay, so what I meant, Otto, is it's not surprising to me that somebody would say that the Meshwesh are a Sea Peoples group, because they fought with the Sea Peoples as allies during the reign of when they were fighting against Marin Ptah. So it's not surprising to me that they would say that, but Meshwesh have been talked about since earlier in the 18th dynasty and stuff, so they are always usually associated with Berber, which is not a word that's typically used anymore, but Amazigh peoples, so groups of nomadic groups that are living in Libya, and they're referenced in much more text outside of the Sea Peoples. For the most part, they only are mentioned after the last time a lot of them are mentioned are in explicitly as the Sea Peoples that we know them from the time period of the Late Bronze Age collapse. They're really only mentioned in the Onomasticon of Amenhotep, which dates to about 100 years later. And they are mentioned, some of them are mentioned as settling in Canaan, in the southern Levant. Beyond that, they are not mentioned in any sort of text unless they are talked about in a different, like if the Peliset are the Philistines. We know about the Philistines afterwards, but we don't hear them being talked about as the Peliset anytime past that. So the text that I put in the link is this. So there's two of them. So this is from University of Chicago publication. So one is the earlier historical records of Ramses III by the Epigraphic Survey. I'll put these on Discord, but there's a little bit of things, but most of this is images and plates. So most of these are, here we go. So you have, this is Medinat Habu, so this is the mortuary temple of Ramses III. This is also probably where he was assassinated, if you remember back from the harem conspiracy talk, because I can't remember. Here we have an image of, what does this say? This says Libyan captives in particular. So this would be Meshwesh peoples. And then Nile Valley. Here are the actual cool pictures. But here's Medinet Habu, you can see. Medinet Habu. And eventually this gets to drawings. So here's an image of Ramses III. At his right, the battle with the Nubians. At his left, returning in triumph on the Nubian campaign. Here he is. Although actually, no, this is him battling the Nubians. And these are huge, huge depictions. Here is him coming back a champion, and he's got all the people tied up. This is presenting the Nubian captives of spoil to Amun and Mut. So all of the people all tied up, giving praises. And then that's the Libyan War. This is the Libyan campaign. So this is not that. This is a different. This is I think year 5 he fought against the Libyans. Yes, this is marching against the Libyans. Got a lion down here too, which is cool. Sometimes some of these horses have names. During the Ramesside period, they named a couple of their horses on these depictions. This is in battle against the Libyans. Let's see if I can find the Sea Peoples. Here's a depiction of the Libyans all piled up on top of each other. That's the victory of the Libyans. This is also his victory of the Libyans. Oh, here's the hands! I'll scroll in. And the penises. I didn't realize. Those have to be penises. Are they penises or fingers? The thing about it is that the hieroglyphs up here, they don't have a glyph for a penis, so I would think that it's actually might be a finger. That might be a finger. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But here are the hands. I really want to find the translation, but here's another pile of hands and a pile of hands. And again, these are numbers. So here is like, oh wait, each one of, okay, I gotta think about this. Each one of these is 1,000, so 2,000. This is where silver, we gotta look at our numbers on Forewarned. So it's 2,530, 2,536 is what that number is there. And this is 2,536. Oh god, this is even more. 2,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2,759, maybe? Probably 59. But yeah, so they're numbering off all of the things that they have found. Or all of the pieces that they have taken. Again, those might be fingers. I don't think those are penises. But I don't know. So this is over the Libyans. This isn't even the Sea Peoples. Oh, here's the other really great depiction of the hands. I really like this one. Because it's very crisp. This image. And this is the king's son, whoever this is. But you got all the hands. Hands. Oh, there are the penises. These are definitely penises. How are my lives still alive? It's genuinely impossible. Unmistakably. I think the other ones were fingers. These are definitely... Somebody on Facebook, like, and you see their hands and penises. There's some hands and some penises in this pile. There was somebody on my Facebook who, like, saw my video about the god with the bread that's his head, and was like, he was very, like, retrospective, and he was just like, obviously that's a vagina, and, like, that's a penis, and I literally had to tell him, I was like, if the Egyptians wanted to, they would. Like, the word for husband has a penis determinative. The word for wife has a vagina determinative. They don't need to go through all of the secrecy. They will just do it. Like, and so I had to be very honest, and I'm really hoping he'll reply, because it was just kind of like, they just do it. They're not like, they're not just trying to be secret and like da-da-da, like, they just do it. Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, this one, unfortunately, it looks like the numbers might not survive. Yeah, I don't see any numbers. This text still is a little different. Oh, here, so that's 3,000. I don't think that's the same. That's a different glyph. But yeah, I didn't know that. I knew of the hand depiction, but I've never actually seen this one, so I kind of want to see that one in person. That'd be funny. Whoop. But again, this is not even the Sea Peoples. This is just the Libyans. So I wonder if there's another depiction. Look at him sitting on his chariot going backwards. What a badass. Let's see. Let's finally get to... That's the Libyan campaign. Although I actually remember the... Oh, no. The Libyan campaign of Ramses III does not have Sea Peoples. The Libyan campaign of Marin Ptah has Sea Peoples. Hi, Crazy Unicorn Dash. You've come in at a fun time. You've missed a lot. You've missed something that people are going to be referencing in future streams for a long time, I feel. And everyone else can explain in the comments because my throat hurts and I don't want to explain it again. Okay, so this is Ramses III issuing equipment to his troops for his campaign against the Sea Peoples. I think I ran out of water. It's mostly just ice. Okay, so this is March to Ja'i against the Sea Peoples. So this is all them marching, and then this is the actual battle of the Sea Peoples. Quite a lot of the typical imagery of this time period, which is everyone sort of falling on top of each other in a lot of ways. And you can see they have sort of, looks like carts of some sort. And this is not a boat battle. This is absolutely like a land battle. And then a close-up shot of Ramses with his horse. His horse definitely has a name. Mary Emmy is the horse's name of some sort. There's probably there's something after it, but one of his horses has a name. I know I've talked about ancient Egyptian dogs having names, but there are a few different other animals on very rare occasions are also named. A lot of Ramesside horses are given names, like in that instance, and then there's also, I feel like I read somewhere there's an indication of a donkey being named, but I don't know if I can remember that one right now. But yeah, lots of these. Oh, here's one of those images. It's gonna be a little blurry, but so this is this image of these carts, and there are women and children being pulled like from the cart. So again, some of the implications that the Sea Peoples are migrating and they're taking their people with them and they're being attacked. So these are images of women being pulled from the carts. There's also some children down here. Ooh, a frontal. That's fun. We don't often get that, a frontal image. This is, oh, Ramses hunting lions, just for extra. So this is the naval battle of the Sea Peoples, and the celebration of victory, showing the merging of the two subjects in one composition. So then this is like all of these big sea battles. So they have all these different types of boats, and you have multiple people. Oh, this boat has a duck head. That's cute. Oh, and see, this boat's overturned. And then you have them leading the peoples away, which is some of these images that I showed you guys, of these different peoples being tied up. There's also, oh, look at those images of Ramses. This is a mortuary temple that would have taken many years of his reign. Probably 20. Yes. The Sea Peoples are not one group of people. They are multiple peoples. 9 is the kind of estimate at this certain point. They are different groups of peoples that were usually seafaring, but they did have land military capabilities. They are not the reason of the Late Bronze Age collapse. They are absolutely a symptom of the entire Late Bronze Age collapse, although they absolutely decimated a lot of big cities in the Eastern Mediterranean. So they definitely made the Late Bronze Age continue in certain areas, like taking down the Hittites and other groups. And the Egyptians were really the only ones who could ever defeat them. And Ramses the Great here, or Ramses the Third here, excuse me, is one of the main people who defeats them like 3 times. And they don't essentially go away, but the 9 groups are not universally, they're not, there's like 9 groups, and I think there's like 9 documented sources that talk about them, and not every single group is mentioned in every single one. Some are only mentioned once, some are mentioned 3 or 4 times. The Sheridan are one of the really popular ones that are mentioned in multiple texts. But more than likely they are working as mercenaries most of the time, or are allies for different people. I was looking for more hands or penises, but they are not mentioned here. This is the seafaring battle. There's lots of really, really beautiful, dramatic men like falling off the boats depictions from this area. And then again, all of these people processing with all of the bound enemies. Again, you do have a couple frontal imagery, which is actually pretty cool and rare. This is celebrating his victory over the Sea Peoples. Look, another horse's name. It's actually the same horse. I can tell that the hieroglyphs are exactly the same. No, they definitely did not learn their lesson against the Sea Peoples. Oh, look, hands! I found the hands again. There's the horse's name. It's the same horse. He's getting a lot of treatment for being a good horse. Why is that not working? There are the hands. I see more hands. I think they're about to chop off their hands. Maybe? I'm not sure. They're all holding them just by the hand, which is very funny. Yeah, people keep bringing other people. Funny thing is they're not like showing their hands getting chopped off, but they're essentially in that process. And here is another group. And then as you can see here, it's not the 9 bows, but I'm pretty sure these are probably the hieroglyphs for the Sea Peoples down here. I can't remember what the actual hieroglyphs look like and such. Don't worry, Dash. Obviously you can watch the VOD later, and then this will go on on YouTube as well, and there will be plenty of penis talk, unfortunately. These hieroglyphs showing the bound prisoners at the top, they're sort of in cartouches, but it's not actually a real cartouche. All of these hieroglyphs here, I mean, obviously there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's more than 9. But I would assume that most of these are names of the sea peoples. I just don't know what their names and hieroglyphs look like at the moment. And I'm too sleepy to look them up. No, we are not having a penis stream. This was not supposed to be that type of stream. But this document, again, is online. You guys can read this.